Agung Tunku Hajah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandariah binti almarhum Al-Mutawakkil Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Haj, Ketua Perlembagaan Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik harap diampuni. Patik bagi pihak sekalian yang hadir merafak sembah dan menjunjung setinggi-tinggi kasih atas limpah perkenan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Tuanku berangkat bercemar duli secara maya di program International Webinar Cultural Intelligence towards Promoting Institutional Excellence dari 14 hingga 15 Jun 2021. Sesungguhnya, keberangkatan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Tuanku adalah merupakan penghargaan yang amat bermakna kepada patik sekalian. Patik serta sekalian warga Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia sentiasa mendoakan agar Allah Subhanahu Wa Taala melimpahkan rahmat dan kesejahteraannya yang tidak terhingga kepada ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Tuanku. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik mohon ampuni limpah perkenan ke bawah Duli Yang Maha Mulia Tuanku untuk mengendalikan seterusnya acara di dalam bahasa Inggeris. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, Deputy Director Higher Education Leadership Academy ACAD Malaysia, honorable guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Your Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the International Islamic University Malaysia and Higher Education Leadership Academy, I have the utmost pleasure to welcome everyone to the webinar entitled International Webinar Cultural Intelligence Towards Promoting Institutional Excellence from 14th to 15th June 2021. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, cultural intelligence, also known as CQ, plays an important role in bridging diverse and knowledge gaps in an organization. Educating the staff and students about different cultures, transferring knowledge between different groups, helping to build interpersonal connections and smooth the interpersonal processes in a multicultural workforce. Higher education ecosystem is experiencing a major transformation and it is crucial to adapt to the changing landscape. It is important to ensure that these institutions are flexible and resilient enough to adapt and thrive in an unpredictable world such as the situation the whole world is facing right now, but no thanks to COVID-19 pandemic. In that light, ladies and gentlemen, in coping with the new norm, the understanding of CQ should be inculcated for HEIS, higher education institutions, to build a strong international focus where the leaders are having the interest and readiness to interact with others from different cultures. IIUM has therefore put together a dynamic team consisting of members from various backgrounds, ranging from students up to the rector himself. This webinar is bringing experts in the field of CQ to share their knowledge and experience with us today. We are also proud to introduce all of you to the CQ team members of IIUM. Besides Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Sri Zulkifli Abdul Razak himself, we have Associate Professor Dr. Faizah Idrus as the team leader, Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris Ismail, Dr. Zurina Abdul Ghani, and Brother Ahmad Ashari Alias, with the help of a group of lively and zestful students. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now move on to the next agenda. Your Majesty, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, please allow me to invite Ustaz Ramadan Subki Latif from the Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Mosque, IIUM, to recite the Dua. Fatafadol mashkura.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. اللهم إنا نسألك رضاك والجنة ونعوذ بك من سخطك والنار. اللهم إنك عفو كريم تحب العفو فاعف عنا وعن والدينا وعن جميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين. Merciful Allah, all praise is due to you. In your possession is all the creations. In your hands lie all the governments. We beseech you, begging for forgiveness and blessings in all of our action and deeds. Ya Allah, we pray to you, our Lord, to always bless and protect your servant and our King, ke bawah duli yang maha mulia, Seri Paduka Baginda yang di-Pertuan Agong, Al-Sultan Abdullah Riayatuddin Al-Mustafa Billah Shah, Ibni Al-Marhum Sultan Haji Ahmad Shah Al-Musta'in Billah. Our Queen, ke bawah duli yang maha mulia, Seri Paduka Baginda Raja Permaisuri Agong, Tunku Hajjah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandariyah binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakkil ala Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Hajj, with all their princes and princesses, all their royal family members, and all the people of this nation, that they would always be in continuous faith, obedience, guidance, and in good health. O Allah, the most merciful, the most compassionate, bless all of us today in this webinar. Make it a stage for further prosperity and progress, and be of great benefit and contribution to the development of our people in Malaysia and the whole of the Ummah. O Allah, we plead that you shower tawfiq upon us, for us to continue to do good deeds that receive your pleasure, and a harmonious life that you bless. Allahumma ja'al jam'ana hadha jam'an marhuma, wa tafarruqana min ba'dihi tafarruqan ma'suma, wa la taj'al fina shaqiyan wa la matruda wa la mahruma. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adhaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun. Wa salamun ala al-mursalin. Walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Taqabbalallahu minkum.
Inna wa minkum taqabbalallahu ya karim.
Shukran jazilan, Ustaz. Your Majesty, honored guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now have the distinct honor and privilege to invite Her Majesty Sri Paduka Baginda di Raja Permaisuri Agong, Tunku Hajjah Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandariyah binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakkil Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Hajj, the constitutional head of IIUM, to deliver her royal address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang berhormat Datuk Seri Dr. Nuraini Ahmad, Minister of Higher Education Malaysia. Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, President of the International Islamic University Malaysia. Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia. Honorable guests, distinguished speakers, moderators and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning to everybody. Diversity is a natural occurrence and inevitable. It has always existed in every dimension of life. It's a blueprint of the world, from our genetic sequence to the citizens of the universe. In the International Islamic University, for example, the composition of staff and students is dynamic. Originating from more than 150 countries, it is a great exemplar for diversity, specifically cultural diversity. Each culture has its own way of dealing with concepts, matters, and daily affairs. However, differences can sometimes become a source of conflict in this diverse community. Nonetheless, this conflict can be overcome by acquiring sufficient cultural knowledge or an intelligence which is termed cultural quotient or CQ. This is the crux of the two-day webinar that is currently in session. Cultural values, beliefs, and behavior can be manifested in every individual naturally. Even in these unprecedented times of global pandemic, we observe how cultural norms have helped nations contain the spread of the disease. Vietnam is a fine example where culture of surveillance, public obedience, and collective sense of responsibility has enabled aggressive testing and contact tracing, which help treat detected cases. Germany, whose citizens are rule-abiding community, along with a culture of science and common sense, have proven their success in curbing the spread of the disease, with a low incidence of death by their strict adherence to the Standard Operating Procedure or SOP provided by the government. On this note, the advantage of each culture has in dealing with real-life problems can be garnered to improve an organization. On a larger scale, it can improve a country greatly. With regard to leadership, cultural quotient can be the catalyst for such greatness for diversity. The ability to recognize cultural differences, having high level of tolerance and acceptance, as well as being capable in solving problems arising from the differences, will lead to a harmonious and conducive environment. Closer to home, our Malaysian society is indeed a melting pot of cultures. Thus, Malaysians need to be more culturally responsive towards one another. We have been taught the values of tolerance, respect, along with courtesy and the morality as inscribed in the Rukun Negara or the National Decree. It is time to fortify these practices with cultural intelligence so that we have a deeper understanding of our differences as well as similarities and behave in the most civilized manner upon conflict and resolve them with goodwill. Through cultural intelligence, our diversity can be our most vital quality. It is my most immediate wish that we adopt cultural intelligence as one of our main agenda in our education. As the constitutional head of IIUM, it is my wish and will to make this institution as the forefront of cultural intelligence. Its promotion, research, development, and initiatives should be mobilized en masse by IIUM. Conforming to the diverse nature of the institution itself, with a large international community in its demographic makeup, this is the best place to internalize cultural quotient or CQ. Institutionally and later on project the successes nationally and at international level. I am personally involved in preservation of cultural craftsmanship, which is important to be maintained as it is the legacy of our ancestors. Culture is deep-rooted in each and every one of us. It defines who we are and helps us navigate the world. Given that the world is now becoming a global village, it is pertinent to preserve our culture as well as learning to accept others. Both are equally important as to not compensate acceptance with the erosion of our cultures and values. However, this erosion of cultural identity is looming in our younger generations, and I appeal to the relevant parties to intensify their efforts to end cultural erosion in the frame of cultural quotient. Thank you very much for inviting me to give a small speech. Wabillahi taufiq wa hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. I'd like to express our utmost gratitude and appreciation for your willingness to grace the webinar this morning. Menjunjung kasih Tuanku. Your Majesty, please allow me to carry on with the event. Before we proceed with our first session, let us watch a video on the recent incident that highlighted the atrocity in Kamloops, Canada. Roll VT.
Dozens of people gathered at Nathan Phillips Square tonight to honor the 215 Indigenous children that were found in an unmarked mass grave site at a residential school in Kamloops, BC. The vigil was not only to raise awareness about Canada's dark history, but to also put the spirits of those young children to rest. A circle of hundreds of mourners surrounding Nathan Phillips Square on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabeg, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat's people. In the center of the circle, tiny shoes representing the innocent lives that were lost and went undiscovered for decades.
Their lives were taken for no reason.
Many in attendance wore orange shirts, a symbol recognizing the experience Indigenous peoples endured in residential schools and honoring the healing of survivors and their families.
For generation after generation after generation of children who survived these residential schools, they were unable to speak about it because it was just too painful. And it was only when we had the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the inquiry that they started to tell their stories.
We need to recognize that this is an issue that needs to be really acknowledged and not just written down on paper, that this needs to be shined in light and shown that residential schools have happened and there's intergenerational traumas.
Many were seen with signs and shirts that read, "Every child matters." Those here say part of the vigil is to provide spiritual healing and closure through prayer, song, and dance for the community, the families, and for the 215 children.
And we want to honor their families, and we want to be able to bring those children home again, because in a spiritual way, they don't go home unless, we honor them and acknowledge them.
The flag at City Hall will be lowered and the Toronto sign dimmed. Mayor John Tory issued a statement saying in part, "This is a heartbreaking reminder of the terrible and shameful legacy of the residential schools and the thousands of innocent children who died."
We're fighting for our rights for those families, who are left behind, who never knew what happened to their children. They never came home, and they spent all this time not knowing until now what happened to their children.
The flags remain lowered for 9 days or 215 hours to represent each child who lost its life.
Our condolences to the family of the deceased. Ladies and gentlemen, let us now move on to the next agenda, Forum 1, entitled The Role of HEI Leaders in Promoting Institutional Excellence Through Cultural Intelligence. But before that, I was just made to understand that our beloved President, Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, is with us on the Zoom platform this morning. How are you, Dato'? Thank you for being with us.
Thank you very much. My pleasure.
Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to first of all give a short introduction to the moderator of the session, of our first forum session. Our moderator for this morning is Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya, the Deputy Director at CAPT Malaysia. Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya is currently the Deputy Director for Center Leadership Sustainability of Higher Education Leadership Academy, ACAPT. Her task at ACAPT requires her to establish global leadership programs that will assist the leaders and community of local academic institutions in managing their respective division or unit. She is also an associate professor at the Faculty of Economics and Management, National University of Malaysia, UKM. Prior to her appointment at ACAPT, she was the UKM Director of Corporate Communication from 2019 to 2020 and UKM Director of International Relations Center from 2015 to 2019. She researches, teaches, and publishes in the area of information systems, service sciences, co-creation values, as well as in the international of higher education with special interest in Malaysia. She was attached to Air Asia Berhad as an innovation and strategic analyst. She has co-written a book entitled Internationalization of Higher Education, Insights from Malaysian Higher Education Institutions, and co-editor of the book Internationalization and Student Mobility for Higher Education Institutions in Malaysia. She was also a committee member in establishing the Science and Technology Foresight Malaysia 2050 Emerging Science, Engineering and Technology (ESET) study by Academy of Sciences Malaysia (ASM), and her industrial experience has given her the platform to work with Air Asia Berhad, IBM Malaysia, IBM USA, and Service Research Institute USA. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you now Associate Professor Dr. Yazrina Yahya. Dr. Yaz, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Sharizat, for the introduction. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Menghadap ke bawah duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Raja Permaisuri Agong, Tunku Haja Azizah Aminah Maimunah Iskandariah binti Almarhum Al-Mutawakkil Allah Sultan Iskandar Al-Haj, Ketua Perlembagaan Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik harap diampun. Patik bagi pihak sekalian yang hadir merafak sembah dan menjunjung setinggi-tinggi kasih di atas perkenan ke bawah duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Tuanku berangkat secara alam maya menyempurnakan pembukaan persidangan antarabangsa Cultural Intelligence towards Promoting Institutional Excellence. Keberangkatan ke bawah duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Tuanku secara alam maya adalah merupakan penghargaan yang amat bermakna kepada patik-patik sekalian. Patik serta warga Akademi Kepimpinan Pendidikan Tinggi Malaysia sentiasa mendoakan agar Allah SWT melimpahkan rahmat dan kesejahteraannya yang tidak terhingga kepada ke bawah duli Yang Maha Mulia Seri Paduka Baginda Tuanku. Amin ya Rabbal Alamin. Ampun tuanku, beribu-ribu ampun, sembah patik mohon diampun. Patik mohon ampuni limpah perkenan ke bawah duli Yang Maha Mulia Tuanku untuk mengendalikan seterusnya acara di dalam bahasa Inggeris. Ampun Tuanku. Honorable President of IIUM, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Rector of the International Islamic University Malaysia, honorable guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, peace be upon you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good day to wherever you are in this globe. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the audience, we have heard Her Majesty address, and we are indeed fortunate to have three renowned speakers for this session from various backgrounds from Canada, United Kingdom, and Malaysia. Before we begin our session, I would like to extend our deepest condolences to the families, friends, and all Indigenous peoples affected by the news of the 215 victims found at the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. My heartfelt sympathies goes to you, especially Dr. Lona, and to your family members, as well as the communities affected. I believe such tragedy must not be forgotten as Canada continues its work towards truth and reconciliation. Let's take a minute's silence to pray for the 215 unnamed children discovered buried on the former grounds of the Kamloops Indian Residential School. Al-Fatiha. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed a girl, or shall I say a women power this morning, as all the speakers, including the moderator, are women. We will be discussing on the role of higher education leaders in promoting institutional excellence through cultural intelligence. Therefore, allow me to introduce and read the biography of each panelist in this session. We have today this morning Dr. Lorna Williams, who is a Professor Emerita of Indigenous Education, Curriculum and Instruction at the University of Victoria and Canada Research Chair in Education and Linguistics. She has been living and breathing the calls to action on education and language since before the Truth and Reconciliation Commission was ever imagined. She built her career on the principle that quality education for Indigenous children must be characterized by strong cultural teachings alongside Euro-Western education. At the University of Victoria, Dr. Williams initiated and led the development of bachelor's and master's degrees in Indigenous language revitalization and a master's in counseling in Indigenous communities. She also initiated, designed, and implemented a mandatory course in Indigenous education for all teacher education students, leading to the requirement that all teacher education programs in British Columbia include an Indigenous education course. She co-edited with Gloria Snively a two-book resource called Knowing Home, Braiding Indigenous Science with Western Science in 2016. Along with us as well, we have Ms. Julia Middleton, who is the founder, Common Purpose, and Women Emerging from Isolation, United Kingdom. She is the author of two best-selling books, Beyond Authority and Cultural Intelligence in the autumn of and Cultural Intelligence. In the autumn of 1989, she founded Common Purpose, which has grown to be one of the biggest leadership development organizations in the world. Julia stepped down from the position of Chief Executive in 2019. In April 2020, she launched Women Emerging from Isolation, which she now leads. Ms. Julia is also a member of the advisory groups of both Common Purpose in Pakistan and the Sky Blue Founders Group, and is a patron for Common Purpose of the Europe 101 initiative. She is on board on the chairs the investment committee of Al-Fana, delivering venture philanthropy in the Arab world, and also is on the International Advisory Council for Fundação Dom Cabral, a business school in Brazil, and also a senior fellow of Babson College, a trustee of the RAND project supporting people with autoimmune conditions, and also a goodwill ambassador of the Aurora Forum, a global humanitarian initiative run out of Armenia. She was born in London and educated at French lycées around the world. She worked for the Industrial Society after receiving an economic degree from the London School of Economics. Now we have two great ladies, and another one on our platform this morning is Dr. Asma Abdullah, who is a cultural specialist of Wholesome Leaders Malaysia. Dr. Asma is a freelance consultant who has worked with both private and public sector organizations, professional associations, educational institutions, and non-profit organizations. She is familiar with the issues and challenges among foreign managers when they work across cultures, especially in the Asia-Pacific region. She conducts ongoing research on the influence and culture of managerial practices and shares her findings with managers and students in her seminars and workshops. She specializes in inter, and cross-cultural management, intercultural communication, organization development and change, corporate culture, and cultural relocation strategies for organizations and management executives. She has written more than 40 articles on culture, corporate culture, and women management. And for the past 20 years, Dr. Asma has designed, conducted, and facilitated management courses such as problem solving, consulting, negotiating, training and development, managing change, and team building in Malaysia organization. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are very fortunate, three extremely expert ladies in their particular area this morning that we have on our platform. And as described by Her Majesty, cultural quotient, which is CQ, can be the catalyst for the greatness of diversity and the need to understand it deeper. Hence, cultural intelligence refers to the skill to relate and work effectively in culturally diverse situations. It is the capability to cross boundaries and prosper in multiple cultures. Unlike IQ, cultural intelligence is not something that can be quantified by a score. Instead, it should be viewed as something that we must continuously improve on and work on. And as our higher education institution becomes increasingly global and diverse, cultural differences in attitudes, values, beliefs, and norms for appropriate behavior present new challenges for teaching effectiveness. What more during the pandemic? My fellow panelists, all right? Now, you have watched the 3-minute clips on the City News coverage about what happened at the Kamloops Indian Residential School and how the Canadians are mourning over the loss of the 215 children. If I can have some thoughts on what had happened and how cultural intelligence is important so that similar incident does not occur in the future. Perhaps we shall start with Dr. Lona. Can you share with us your perspective on Kamloops incident, Dr. Lona?
Thank you very much. Kukshum kalap taktakamui. Kalap iljauna kamuk medwala. Iljauna titimiksha ilakwanana swaan. Ilko watula swaas in shnuknuka. Wanos in shwachicha. It's I gave acknowledgement to the lands on which I live and I'm speaking to you, because it's important that our words, to be aware that our words are lying down on this land and the words of many others before me. I also acknowledged and introduced myself to the land, that my people, my family, and I am from the Litwatul, and I'm here as a visitor on these lands. I want, first of all, to thank each of you for being together and to watch that film on the Kamloops residential school. Many members of my family and many members of my community attended that residential school. And what happened and what was uncovered and unearthed in Kamloops is only one place. There are many other schools, residential schools, that also have children in unmarked graves. We are mourning. Canada is in mourning. But Kamloops is not the only example of the racism that people who are different face in this country. Yesterday, we had the burial of a Muslim family who were killed by a Canadian terrorist because of their faith. So Canada is feeling, I think, the need finally to educate itself. Kamloops is an example of what happened to Indigenous people in Canada, where children were removed from their families and brought to an institution that was going to Christianize them and supposedly to educate them. But instead, what it did was it destroyed our languages, our ways of life, our relationship with the earth, and our homelands. It destroyed our family relationships and our cultural knowledge, our cultural wisdom. And it was replaced with trauma and fear. Kamloops in Canada is not the only example of this kind of colonial system. It happened also in your country, in Malaysia. It is one that I witnessed 50 years ago when I traveled to your country as part of a Canadian youth organization. And I learned of the Orang Asli. And what it did, what it taught me to learn of the Orang Asli of the peninsula of Malaysia was that the same thing was happening to them that happened to my grandparents. They were separated, segregated, excluded, and silenced. I was told at that time, 50 years ago, that they no longer existed. It was the same message that was made about us, that we were on the way out, nearing extinction. So I'm always grateful to Malaysia for teaching me and showing me, giving me an understanding of colonization and what it does and can do to people. And so your topic, the topic that you've invited us to speak about, cultural intelligence, and the role of higher education is extremely, extremely important. Here in this country, children did not learn about the indigenous peoples of Canada, the Métis, the Inuit, and the First Nations. Oftentimes, not until they reached higher education. They did not learn it in the grade school. It was not in their textbooks in any subject. And so the general Canadian public has been kept ignorant about the indigenous peoples of these lands. And so what happened with Kamloops, I think, has been a shock to Canadians because they don't know that story. It's new to you. It's as new to the Canadians. And so this is something that we need to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lona. Our deepest condolences once again, to you and in your family, and also with all the Canadian. We are mourning with you and the Canadian as well, to the lost lives of the people, definitely. Now, you raised the issue of the importance of, for the younger generation to understand about cultural intelligence. Now, the next one goes to Miss Julia. When you saw the video, what are your thoughts? And as the founder of Common Purpose, how do you see the importance of cultural intelligence, aside from what Dr. Lona has insisted that we need to inculcate the cultural intelligence, the knowledge of certain culture into the young ones?
Thank you so much. Delighted, and thank you for the introduction. My first response, Lorna, is to shut up. Is to shut up. There are some things on which you must admit that you personally know not enough. And I remember my father, and this shows how long a time ago this was, he used to say, there are moments when you have to switch the wireless from transmit to receive. And I think that somebody like me does not know what happened in Canada and can only listen and speculate. Such things, to my mind, so often happen because one culture begins to believe itself to be the benchmark culture. And I think that's the moment where you must be most frightened, when you begin to come across other cultures and you judge them not as different from you, but as against your own culture, which you have decided is the benchmark. So you approach another culture and you think, is it better or worse on this? Is it bigger or smaller on mine? And I think that so often cultures fall into the habit of regarding themselves as the benchmark. I'd like to propose that culture is quite a broad concept. I think I see cultural differences across geographies. I also see cultural differences across generations. And it never surprises me that people my age can be appalling to people who are young. because they lack cultural intelligence. I would dearly, I'm 63, I would dearly love to add to the competencies of everybody who is in my age group. Can you inspire people who are half your age or a third of your age? But I'd also like to add, it has to be said, the competence of somebody who's at your universities, who's in their early 20s. Can you influence somebody who is double your age? So the cultural intelligence to be able to cross generations is also terribly, terribly important. And I suspect, culture is about geographies and generations and sectors, and specialisms and backgrounds and beliefs. It's many, many things. And of course, we are all a combination of all those things. As somebody who has many family in Canada, and many family of different cultures in Canada, I have, and please, Lorna, if I say this wrongly, please start by forgiving me. I've often been saddened by my niece's confidence that Canada is better on cultural intelligence than anybody else in the world. It's a beautiful belief, and it's lovely to see it in them, and particularly as they have quite dark skin. And half their heritage is from thousands of miles away. And they have little experience of intolerance. But the truth is that Canada, like everywhere else in the world, suffers from an absence of cultural intelligence on occasions. And as soon as you begin to think that you are good on cultural intelligence, I think that's the moment when you have to be really very worried and very cautious. Because as you rightly say, there's no quotient, there's merely a journey, and you keep going. And Lorna, I'm sure that you have blind spots too, just as I do. We all have them. We've all been born with them, and we've also all acquired further ones. It's our ability to honestly look at them and to counterbalance them that gives us cultural intelligence. So I observe that this has been a particularly tough chapter of Canada's story because of, in the cases of my nieces, a degree of complacency that somehow Canada had achieved was further down in the journey than possibly it was. And I would also love to just add one thought, that in the introduction here to this conference, you talked a lot about understanding other cultures. And I do believe that cultural intelligence comes from understanding other cultures. And that the more another culture will reveal itself to you or share or give you the honor of explaining itself or investing in you understanding it, the more your cultural intelligence will go up. But I think that there is one culture that is the killer culture in acquiring cultural intelligence, the really, really tough culture to try and crack, and that is your own culture. And where your own culture helps you to understand other cultures, and where your own culture cons you into believing that you are the benchmark, or gets in the way of you understanding other cultures. So I think cultural intelligence is particularly difficult to acquire because it's a journey of understanding other people, but it's fundamentally a journey also of understanding yourself. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Julia. Wow, that's quite heavy. But having said that, I do agree with you. Now, I'll get back to you, Dr. Lorna. I will get the opinion of Dr. Asma first, and I'll get back to you because there are a few questions that I want to ask here, in which, like, Ms. Julia was mentioning about Canada. The Canadians were thinking that they are doing very well because of the diversity in Canada. All right. But then again, after what has happened in the Kamloops, apparently there is something that you guys need to sit back and look. So I would like to hear a comment from Dr. Lorna on that. And of course, and one of the things that Ms. Julia did mention about your own culture, your own understanding of the culture being that killer culture, because how we go about it can get into the way, because we think our culture is the best. So we refuse to look at others and refuse to understand others. And I would like to get that comment from Dr. Lorna as well. But having said that, now let's go to Dr. Asma, because we are still looking into the 3-minute video just now. Dr. Asma, what had happened in Kamloops may not happen in Malaysia, right? But how can we get our community actually to be aware of this kind of issues, the importance of understanding other people's culture so that it will not happen in the future? Dr. Asma, you're muted. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Dr. Yasrina, for that question. I want to build on what Julia mentioned about understanding your own culture. And I think the journey towards becoming culturally literate is actually to understand your own culture first. Because if you don't understand your own culture, it will be very difficult to understand others. And I think this is very important in trying to promote cultural intelligence, cultural literacy, and becoming culturally competent. I am just shocked to see the video. I hope that instances like that will not happen to us or to any other cultures in the world. So I feel that when we are talking about culture, it is important to understand the key elements of our own culture. For example, the symbols we have, the rituals, the role models, the values, and the cultural assumptions that we bring into the discussion. Now, very often I find that when we talk about culture, we tend to look at the symbol, things that you can see above, the surface of the water. But when you're talking about cultural intelligence and trying to institute a program on cultural intelligence, it is very important to look at the cultural dimensions of a particular culture. And I find that over the years, when I look at culture, it has always been to help foreigners come to Malaysia and work effectively. But I think the time has come when I think we Malaysians have to understand our own culture, as well as the cultural differences and what others bring into the discussion. And very often I find that, unless you begin to understand your cultural dimensions, there is a tendency for you to assume that other people should be like us. So this is where I believe, and I applaud what Tan Sri Zul is doing, to introduce cultural intelligence in universities, among students, professors, and academic staff, so that we become culturally literate. And moving from that, we become culturally competent. I think if I were to talk about institutionalizing cultural intelligence in the context of an organization, there are many things that we need to look at. And I think one of the things is to institute a program of cultural intelligence where you have symbols that represent what cultural intelligence is all about in the context of the institution. What would be the rituals that you need to have in order to promote cultural intelligence? What should be the activities or the tasks or the roles of the leaders? What should they model in terms of their behaviors if they are talking about promoting the institution as a culturally intelligent academy? So I think in order to institutionalize cultural intelligence, you really have to involve the whole organization, to be in sync and to be able to speak in the same language that you are promoting when you talk about cultural intelligence. So my question to you is, in the context of educational institution, what are leaders doing in the organization to promote cultural intelligence? What are the university lecturers, academic staff, or administrative staff doing that will enable them, to promote the vision and the values of the organization, to articulate, the importance of cultural intelligence to the public. So I hope in years to come, universities and particularly Islamic University will be able to champion cultural literacy, make students become culturally intelligent, and hopefully culturally competent to be able to enter the world, where multiculturalism will be the rule, or will be the landscape that we are functioning. So hopefully with cultural intelligence, you will be able to function anywhere, virtually as well as physically. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Asma. Now, each of you have given the opinion based on the video that you have seen. Now we move into a discussion for now. As I was saying, Dr. Lorna, as Ms. Julia was telling, that Canada is, the Canadians are looking into, they are very confident because of the diversity. So they felt in a way that they are very well, they have their high scores of cultural intelligence, for instance. Yeah. So, but having said that, there's still so much that they need to learn. And we've also heard that Dr. Asma was saying that it has to start with your own culture, to understand your own culture in order before you can understand other people. So in your particular experience, Dr. Lorna, how do we go about this? I mean, based on your particular knowledge, you've gone through a lot on research on establishing indigenous education. How do we see that if people are not able to, to embrace their own culture, how do we go about it? Before we go to the next question on how we institutionalize it, because that would be a later aspect that we need to look into. But on personal note, on the how to the lower level, how do we go about it?
Thank you very much. I don't think that you can say that we need to look at one thing before we look at another. It's because they're so intertwined. And when I arrived at the university, in academia, one of the things, for example, one of the things that we had to look at was the positionality of the Western knowledge systems, the Western world in that institution. because it's that sense of superiority of one of the Western world, English, French, Spanish, etc., that imposed its reality on everything and on everybody, and continues to do that. And so that, for example, in research, there is very little that is written from the point of view of Indigenous people or culturally different people. Most of what we know comes from the point of view of the Western world, and it's designed that way. And so it's very challenging. It's very challenging for people who are culturally different, and I think especially Indigenous people, to look at themselves today without also having to look at what you've become through colonization, because that mars and paints your identity. And so that people then, because you don't exist in the knowledge systems, because you cannot see yourself in what you learn in school as a child or as an adult, that you exclude yourself too. So you've been excluded, and then you begin to exclude yourself because you've never seen yourself in the world of academia. And so it's simple to say, know yourself, know your culture. Yes, we do. And so in the degrees that I developed, in the courses that I developed, that has been a major aspect. For example, I taught a course called Learning and Teaching in an Indigenous World. It was the first time, even in my own community, that we began to hear that we as Litwat-ul, we as Indigenous people, had a system of teaching and learning that was clear, that was sound, that befitted our way of life and our relationships. For example, there was mention and talk about the alienation between the generations. That's true, that happens. But you have to build in each culture opportunities and ways for people to be together. And so that in the Indigenous world, for example, elders have had a very important place. And I know that in the cultures that I saw when I was in Malaysia, I saw the same, that the older generation was held in esteem, but that the young people too were encouraged to be inventive, to be creative, and to be strong. And those are what we need to build to keep sight of within our cultures. And so there's, yes, we all have blind spots. And because of that, as Canadians, those blind spots have been constructed. And we need to realize that that's what we do. We normalize exclusion. We normalize not seeing certain people in the audience. And so it's really important that each of us builds into our way of learning, builds into our way of teaching, the opportunities to be able to see oneself, to self-reflect, and to be able to share what you learn, and to not feel ashamed or shy, to admit your blind spots, because that's how we can reach out to one another. I may have forgotten aspects of your question, And if I have, you can let me know. Thank you.
It's okay. Dr. Lorna, just on another note as well, I've heard when you mentioned we need to be aware of the aspects, you know, of the people, the surrounding around us. I've heard your keynote address as well at the Dalai Lama Center. You mentioned about the importance of learning to be calm, learning to be still, learning to be fully aware of the beings around us, not only the ones that we can see, but also the ones that we cannot see. But however, how do we inculcate that in the curriculum? You did mention about you designing the major aspect in your degree. How do we put that, you know, so that the audience out there, the academics out there will be able to have some experience? I mean, if you come from the background of business, you come from the background of psychology or engineering for that matter, that they'll be able to inculcate these kind of elements in their curriculum.
Well, thank you for mentioning those disciplines, because we need to look at what it is we're inculcating when we're teaching, when we're designing and teaching courses, and when we say that certain things are important. For example, one of the areas that is so important is that every individual who is learning is bringing to that learning community knowledge, experiences, wisdom that we need to be able to share and uncover and to use. But right now, oftentimes the way that we design courses is we're imposing one right way. And we don't provide opportunities for people to be able to bring their knowledge systems to that learning environment. And so a way to be able to, I think, share different people's point of view and cultural ways is to construct and to create opportunities in the learning environment for people to be able to do exactly that, and to bring their reality, their knowledge systems, and their wisdom to the learning community that is constructed. So to not think that there's one standard, one right way, because that's the way that we're going about things right now.
I think I do agree with that, Dr. Lorna. It's particularly to look at the audience whenever we construct our module or our programs, to look at the audience, who are our audience, who are our students, and then to map that. But it's going to be a huge challenge when the class is in huge number. Having said that, a question from the audience, Ms. Julia. I will intertwine with my questions and also the audience question. To Ms. Julia, how do we incorporate cultural intelligence of indigenous people into mainstream society? It's a huge challenge as well, because in order, like you say, we need to understand our own culture before we can understand others. But having said that, again, how do we incorporate cultural intelligence of indigenous people into the main society?
Thank you, and I'm writing as fast as I can all the beautiful things that you are saying. Before answering that, the concept of understanding your own culture first, before you go about understanding other cultures. I'd love to push back on that too a tiny bit myself. I may be slow and slower than most, but understanding your own culture seems to me to be almost a lifetime story. So logically, if you wait till you understand your own first, it will take an awful long time for you to start understanding others. And we live in a real world where many cultures are now, particularly in the urban context, meeting and in some cases clashing. So I think that while you understand your own culture, you also need to keep your eye open to the reality that there are other cultures out there as well. And as you meet other cultures, that often shines a light on your own culture. And that certainly has for me, it's particularly shone a light on the bits of my own culture that I'm ashamed of and that I want to change in myself. But when I say go and meet other cultures, that doesn't necessarily mean going to the other side of the world. Sometimes it's simply going to the other side of your own street, or in some cases, to the other side of your own building, because often you can find other cultures that aren't very far away. I have a slight problem with the question of the concept of taking a particular bit and bringing it into the mainstream.
Right.
Because even the word mainstream is an incredibly flawed concept. As Lorna just said, there's no one solution, there's no one culture, there is no benchmark culture, there is, let's say it, no mainstream. I am grateful to my upbringing in a particular way, is that actually I was never in a place or in a school where there was ever a majority. And that meant that I never I'd never seek a majority. It probably gives me another blind spot, which is that I'm frightened of majorities and I'm frightened of mainstreams. And maybe I cause trouble all the time because of that. But I think you start by saying to yourself, what's wrong with me if I use an expression like mainstream? Forgive me for being so brutal. And if I may also, as the person who is not in the academic world, put a pin in you a little bit, is that the academic world in many ways is poorly prepared for cultural intelligence, because the academic world is so siloed. Subjects don't talk to each other, in my experience, in the academic world. And that's the best. Sometimes it's not that they don't just talk to each other, they actually dismiss each other or regard, I'm the important subject. The others are sort of, well, I'm the mainstream. And so if the academic world is going to lead on cultural intelligence, one of its first acts surely must be to develop the cultural intelligence to work across many disciplines that exist in the academic world. And then last thought also on Lorna, who I find so inspiring. The Western world. I have a dear friend in Pakistan, a country I spend a lot of time thinking about and working in and working for. And I phoned her about 3 weeks ago and said, why are you leaving this extraordinarily powerful job, this enormous leadership job in Pakistan? And after a long conversation, really, she said to me, going to Boston and going to that course destroyed leadership for me. I was given approaches to leadership that were formed in the Western world by women feminists who thought that they had achieved a whole new level of feminism, and were largely imposing their views upon me and telling me to lean in or lean out or lean over or lean under or whatever. And actually, I needed to find out about leadership in another place. So I completely, the frustration about the Western world depresses me.
Okay. Well, I pick up a few things that Ms. Julia had mentioned. Number one is about the upbringing. All right, the importance of upbringing, the young ones particularly. For instance, with your background, when there was no majority, it can be, you can look at it as the two sides of the coin, right? One point, there's a positivity in that, so you'll be able more aware of other people's culture. On the other hand, yeah, you can be afraid when you go out there, when you see a majority of people who has a different way of, certain ways of doing things. Now, you also mentioned in order for the higher education institutions to develop CQ is to work across discipline. Right, but it is not a particularly easy thing to do, right? Like Dr. Asma was mentioning, this is when I go back to Dr. Asma, when you mention about institutionalizing CQ in an organization, it is symbol as a context, ritual to promote certain activities that you need to do. All right, we can speak about it as something that for people to ponder, but in practice, how do we go about it so that the audience out there will be able to see and understand, you know, when an academic goes back, like myself, goes back to the classroom, okay, how do we implement that with our students particularly? Although Dr. Lorna did mention that, you know, you need to be aware, and Julia did mention, you need to look the person nearest to you, basically trying to understand. But how do we inculcate that, we institutionalize it?
Yes, I believe it starts with being curious. You know, you got to be curious about the people you are working with. And if you are teaching foreign students or working in the institution where there are different cultures, there is a need to understand the differences. So I think if you're talking about institutionalizing a program on cultural intelligence, there is a need to start by educating, I suppose, educating the people who work in the institution that this is what you want to promote. And that is why I go back again to understanding your own culture as well as understanding the others that you are working with. Most of the time when I do my sessions, I find that when you talk about culture, it's always the other. You want to know the other, but you never talk about myself compared to you. What are the differences? So as a result, your communication or your interaction is one way that I need to know about you, but you don't need to know about me. Yeah. So I think in the context of cultural intelligence, or if you want to be culturally literate, there has to be what you call a total systems approach, where everybody must be involved. And this is where I think you need to start by doing a survey, perhaps, trying to understand about the landscape, whether people are tuned in to cultural differences, or are they more interested to project their assumptions on others. And I think this is the challenge for people who want to work across cultures, the tendency to put your assumptions as the way to do things. This is where I just want to respond to Tan Sri Zul's question about colonialism or colonization. I think for many years, you know, in Malaysia, we have been using Western-oriented textbooks, right? When you look at management concepts in schools or in particularly at higher institutions, how much of the concepts have been localized, or the word tropicalized, you know, because most of the time it has been from an Anglo-Saxon perspective. I mean, you just look at the textbooks in all our universities. When you talk about management concepts, you know, they are coming from a culture which is more individual, and you transplant it into a culture which is more collectivistic, you will get tissue rejection. Sometimes you accept and sometimes you cannot use it. So this is where I find that the question about identifying our local constructs is very important. So part of the journey, to build our own cultural intelligence is to understand what are our strengths, or what are the things that we need to discard also, because not all aspects of our culture are positive. So we actually have to do cultural surgery on our own culture, before we can talk about cultural intelligence. So I think when you talk about cultural intelligence, it's the whole process of trying to analyze the landscape and see whether the situation we have is giving credence to the cultures that we have, in the environment. Otherwise, you'll be projecting our own, mold. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Asma. Now, there is a remark by Tan Sri Zul, and I posed this to Dr. Lorna, which he mentioned about CQ is to be caught and not taught, right? What is your opinion on that? And of course, when you say to be caught, meaning that the audience or the people out there needs to actually get it, understand it, and it's not like literally you taught all the time. So it's a long process. So what's your opinion, Dr. Lorna?
Well, I was having lunch with Suryani last week, and I was telling her about my experiences when I came to Malaysia 50 years ago, and I mentioned earlier that I traveled through your country, and 50 years later, when I look back, that is what I think happened, is that I lived my own culture. I was very blessed to live in a community where many people in my community had never been to school. And so they lived our ways, they lived our knowledge, but we also were in that stage of being buried in colonialism. And so there were so many things that I didn't understand. I didn't understand about my own culture as a culture because I was immersed in it. I didn't understand about colonization and what was happening to me because of that, because I was immersed in it. And it was by visiting and having this experience of coming to Malaysia and traveling through the different communities and being able to, and so I was able, what it did for me was I was able to see cultural developments, the different cultural difference, because in different parts of the country, people were very different and very different from Canadians and from Canadian experience. But I also so clearly saw what must have been happening to my grandparents' time and to my parents and to me. And I would say that that's what I did, was I caught that understanding. Nobody taught it to me. I had to work it out, but I worked it out because of the experiences, the previous experiences that I'd had, but also the new ones, the openness and the willingness of people to share, and my own willingness to be able to consider and to see. And that journey gave me that freedom to see that I could never get in a textbook. I might in literature, but I could never get it in a textbook, that understanding. And for that, I'm forever grateful. And in the courses that I teach, I know that that's in the ways that I construct it, the way that it's constructed, that the experience is constructed, the encouragement of people to be able to catch their understanding. It's because it comes from their own questing, from their own curiosity, and from their own puzzlement. And but also, the beauty of humans is to reach out and to try to understand. And when you create learning environments in which people can have that experience, it's amazing what they do catch. And it doesn't have anything really to do with my imposition. All I'm doing is constructing an opportunity and experiences for people to be able to do that for themselves.
Okay, now thank you, Dr. Lerner. There is a question, there are quite a number of questions that we have received, okay? Number one is about, I think any of the panelists can answer this. How do we mitigate us versus them, others, in terms of mindset at the individual level? Some of our actions are so ingrained and we may not realize it's harmful to others. I think this is in line with what Dr. Lorna has mentioned, that for a person to be able, or even Julia mentioned this, for a person to be able to realize, okay, to be able to come into terms that they must build their own curiosity, they must come into their own realization, and they reach out particularly. So to answer this question to any of the panelists, how do we mitigate the mindset at the individual level, that we don't only look at ourselves, but also to look at others? How do we go about that? Yes, Miss Julia.
I completely agree with the other panelists on the subject of experiences and conversations. I don't think that you find this in books. Sometimes you do, but mostly you find it in experiences and in conversations, which means that it's a tricky story, it's a tricky journey, and it takes some time, which is why a few years ago I wandered around and talked to people about it, because it seems to me that some conversations don't happen because they become frightening. You know, you're frightened of offending somebody, you're frightened of appearing to be narrow-minded, you're frightened of blowing up a conversation, you're tentative, and therefore you do not learn what you could in a certain situation. So to my mind, you can accelerate the experience and you can accelerate the impact of the conversations if you can produce a sort of shape, a language that allows you to have those conversations successfully. And for me, it was this concept of figuring out what is core and what is flex in people's cultures and in your own cultures. I would also add to all of this that if you really want to go back to your point about Anglo-Saxon, which again I agree on, though I would add male Anglo-Saxon too. I think most of the leadership books were written by men, and sadly a lot of the leadership books written by women are about how to succeed in a man's world, which does not interest me much. But I think that one of the sadnesses of Anglo-Saxon is that Anglo-Saxons very often only speak one language, which is English. And they have little experience of struggling and failing often to express yourself in somebody else's language, and become deeply intolerant of it and impatient. If there was anything I could do to make more Anglo-Saxons understand and develop their cultural intelligence, it would be to actually learn other languages. And with that, the windows into other cultures.
Okay, now you were saying, and Lorna was saying, when you want to learn is our ability to meet, to see people, right? But in the terms of right now, we are looking at the moment when the pandemic hits, right? There is a question from the floor that says, when there is a pandemic, how do we go about it? And in terms, will the pandemic COVID-19 kill our existing culture and norm? Or would there be an introduction of new norm in that matter? Because when during not the pandemic, previously, we will be able to meet people, to travel, to have the time to come to realization via our interaction. But when it comes to the pandemic, when we are bombarded only sitting in front of the computer, right? How is it that we get to know? Will that kill the existing culture and norm? So if I may pose that question to Dr. Asma.
Thank you, Dr. Jazrina. This question is very interesting because based on my own experience and research, I find that values change in response to disasters. So when there is an explosion or a catastrophe or some planned incidents, that's when you get the wake-up call. And this is where I find that with COVID-19, there will be new ways of doing things. There will be a new set of values that will be invented, in order to respond to what we are doing now. I mean, surely, like now we are doing conferences on virtually. We are not in physical contact, right? So that is a new value of relating across cultures. So I think definitely when we talk about the new workspace, you can't say about workplace now because it's going to be a virtual space. So there will be a new set of values that we need to internalize. And I find that it is very important to develop shared practices that will articulate these values of, I think, what we are hearing now in response to.
Stopped it.
I think there is
لا
another
لا في
voice
لو في شيء
behind.
عندك ابوك ما عندك.
Okay, should I continue or?
Yes, please, Dr. Asma.
Okay.
I think the secretary has blocked it. Yeah.
Right. So in other words, when you talk about values, then organizations have to
Dr. Asma, I see.
Unmute Asma.
Yeah, Dr. Asma, are you unmuted?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Right.
Okay, so, I'm not quite sure whether you heard about values evolve in response to change and disasters.
No.
So the more, as you know, COVID-19 has given us new ways of doing things. So when we talk about changes and values, we need to examine what are they as a result of the COVID-19. So I find that, the values that we seem to be talking more because of the situation we are now in are resilient, agility, and then innovation. These are the things that are very important at the new workspace. Yeah, because the new workspace is very much a virtual workspace where there are issues relating to supervision, to building trust, to being able to work on your own. So I think in years to come, organizations will have to retweak, reinvent perhaps, and relook at how they can incorporate these new values into the workplace.
There was also a question. Is there a reduced cultural intelligence once a community becomes more urban? I pose that to any of the panelists who would like to answer in that manner. Because once we become more urban, more modern, would there be a reduction of cultural intelligence in that manner?
Yeah,
Absolutely not.
Yes.
Certainly not. All right. What do you mean by that, Ms. Julia? How can you elaborate that?
Cultural intelligence is not culture. Yeah. So if you throw lots of people together in a city, you might lose some connection with the culture of heritage. I hope not. What you might do is shine a light on the culture of heritage and therefore learn how to flex around it and adapt around it. But you will also meet other cultures and therefore you will put together something that is you, that is more culturally intelligent. Just to respond also to what Dr. Asma was saying, values change in response to disasters. One of my fears, though, is that disasters cause fear. And fear often means that people ossify and go back into their shells where they're less frightened, or they think they're less frightened. So I am very, very eager for us all to resist that temptation. And then a last thought, just to be provocative and rude, and then Lorna, over to you. We will go on Zoom. We will do things more virtually. And people like me will say, no, I won't put a standard screen behind me when I'm speaking on a conference. I will let people into my room and see my house. I'm lucky enough to have a house where, and actually it's the middle of the night, so I couldn't work from my bedroom because my husband's in it. But I'm lucky enough to have a room, but I'm very happy for people to see it in all its beauty and weaknesses. And so I think that we need new values and we need to carry on showing our cultures and not having standard backdrops. Sorry to be rude.
Nothing to be rude. That's a very good opinion, Ms. Julia. Now, Dr. Lerna, how do you get into what Ms. Julia was saying just now? I mean, any comments from you?
Well, as she was talking, and you're going to hear a voice and you're going to see a little face because we started the session with talking about Kamloops and that situation. And I mentioned the Muslim family that was killed here last week. And the Canadians and people around the world reacted to those stories, particularly to the story about Kamloops, in a very, very different way. And that story, the story of children lost at residential school, was in reports, in government reports. It was mentioned, it was talked about, there were commissions. It did not touch Canadians. But this time it did, in a very profound way. And I think that it's because of the pandemic. We had an opportunity to be still, to reflect, to have opportunities to reflect, because we're always so busy in the modern industrial, mechanical, digital world. And so this gave us an opportunity, I think, to feel, to be touched. We realized how important family is, how important human connection is. And that, I think, is what brought the story to to jolted people in a way that nothing else has. And I think it's because of the pandemic. It's because of the sense of vulnerability and the sense of loss that we all experience, and our awareness, that family is important, human connectivity is important, nature is important, the natural world is important, and so I'm hoping that people will hang on to that sense, that realization of those important aspects of our lives when this is over, and that we don't continue on at breakneck speeds in our lives, so that we don't touch each other in a human way. Thank you.
Okay, we are about to the closing time. Just one last comment, all right, because I think this will be good for all the audience out there. This is for all the three panelists, just to give a few words on how the role of our higher education leaders, when they want to promote cultural intelligence, how can they go about this? That would be the last question for the session. Can I begin that with Ms. Julia, if possible? I mean, for the leaders in any institution, what can they do particularly?
In my culture, I was taught that fish go dead from the head. And if you don't get the head right, the fish will never survive. So the leaders of any organization, if they want to increase that organization's cultural intelligence, have to start increasing their own and not delegating it to other people. Finding their own blind spots, and there will be plenty of them, and dealing with things like silos between subjects, which everybody says, oh, it's so difficult, this is institutionalized problem. Well, frankly, if you can't deal with that, there's very little chance of you dealing with broader cultural issues.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Julia. Dr. Asma, I know you have mentioned about having the symbol, and I'm sorry, I know you had slides, but we did not have the time for you to put up the slides. Yeah, but what's your last thoughts on what can the leaders do of the higher education? What can they do?
Yeah, I think what you can initiate is to have programs on cultural intelligence at the undergraduate and graduate levels.
Right.
It could be a passing requirement.
Right.
So that would be something that people can see. You're just not saying it, you're doing it in the context of an institution.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Asma. Dr. Lona, one last word from you.
Yes.
How can they go about? Yeah.
Demanding that there is space in all levels, in all spheres of academia, that for all knowledges, and to be shared, to be understood, to be learned. And because at the moment, and this has come up several times, there's a very, very narrow world that is promoted. And so we all need to learn how to live in multiple and different worlds, and to not feel afraid, and to not feel diminished because of that. And I think that institutions of higher learning have a wonderful opportunity to be able to do that because of their so-called freedoms. They jail themselves by attaching themselves only to one sphere of the world, and promoting that. And so there needs to be an openness and a respect that there is difference, that difference does not need to be feared, and that we need to move away of standardization and normalization in one cultural world.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lorna. I have to say thank you very much to our panelists. It was indeed a very deep discussion, on the cultural intelligence. What I can just sum up, if I may say, at the end of the day, a person, whoever the leader, or even if you're not the leader, you are the student, you need to look at yourselves. All right, you have to be, if I may take the word from Dr. Lorna, which is you need to have that openness. You need to have that, to learn to respect others. You need to trust. You need to listen, and you need to observe. So it's all about looking yourself and looking at others, looking at your nearest neighbor or the person next to you, and then acknowledge all that so that you'll be able to share, to be understood, and also learn. So thank you very much to my panelists. I think most of the questions that has been posted has been asked during this particular session. And once again, I'm ever grateful. And again, deepest condolences to Dr. Lorna and your family members. All right, we mourn with you. Thank you, Ms. Julia. Thank you, Dr. Asma, for all your insights. I pass the baton back to Madam Sharizat.
Thank you, Dr. Yas, for moderating the session. Our gratitude goes to the panelists too, Associate Professor Emerita Dr. Lorna Williams, Ms. Julia Middleton, and Dr. Asma Abdullah. It was indeed an eye-opener, as mentioned by Dr. Yas just now, of what is all about culture, CQ, yeah? And the best part is when it is mentioned by Ms. Middleton that cultural intelligence is not culture. Well, we'll go and check it out later. All right. And thank you to Dr. Yas for reminding us that we have participants from all corners of the world. So when you mention, when you wish them good day, good night, good morning, and whatnot. So thank you. And we have them all. It's night time at your, your time zone, yeah, Ms. Middleton. And well, anyway, just to share with everyone that the local time. Yeah. So just to share with everyone that the local time now shows 10:53 a.m. It's still morning here in Malaysia. And by the way, but I know that our participant might now enjoying their lunch, maybe dinner, or some of them might need to wake up in the middle of the night to be with us. Thank you once again for your support. Thanks to the technology for making us borderless. All right. Okay. So now I think we shall now take a 5 minutes break. But to all the participants, just sit back, stay tuned, and we will be back at 11 a.m. local time. Yes, according to the Secretariat. So 11 a.m., 5 minutes rest. Be good, guys. Stay safe. Come back again.
Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together, we make the world a better place.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah that is entrusted to us, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. IIUM has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, offering nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. IIUM is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, making it a conducive environment for study. KIRKHS is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and reveal knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development, or CELPAD, and IIUM Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Persiaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization and Malay World, or ISTEC. ISTEC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization and Malay world through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley surrounded by large greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing sciences, and dentistry courses. The IIUM Medical Center in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land, equipped with 350 beds for patients and supported by more than 133 specialists. The IIUM Medical Center also includes the development of an undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary level center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is a Center for Foundation Studies, which is located in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. The population of IIUM is about 26,000 students, 20,000 undergraduates, and 6,000 postgraduates coming from 117 countries. To date, IIUM has 91,267 alumni. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution, one of it to serve the Muslim Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Right. Okay. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now attending a virtual seminar entitled International Webinar, Cultural Intelligence Towards Promoting Institutional Excellence from today, 14th of June, until tomorrow, 15th June 2021. Thank you once again for staying with us. Let us now move on to the next session. That is a forum entitled Cultural Intelligence and Sustainability, the Future of Education. Before I pass the online platform to our moderator for this session, who is also my former boss, okay, let me briefly introduce you to Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris Ismail, Deputy Rector, Academic and Internationalization, IIUM. Hold on, let me go to the biodata. All right. So brief introduction to Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris Ismail. He is a professor of engineering at the International Islamic University Malaysia, IIUM, and he was the Deputy Rector, Research and Innovation from July 2009 until June 2013. He served as the Dean of Engineering from 1997 until 2009 and was also the co-chairman of the Malaysian Council of Engineering Deans from 2007 up to 2009. He obtained his Bachelor of Science in Chemical Engineering in 1988 from the University of Houston, Texas, USA, and PhD in Engineering from Rice University, USA in 1993. Prof. Ismail received the Federation of the Universities of the Islamic World's Tribute, personality having contributed to the development of Islamic university education in 2008. He was also a visiting academic at the University of Southern Queensland from January until June 2014, and he was a visiting scientist at the Graduate School of Engineering, Kyoto University, Japan in 2004. He has been serving as a member of the Evaluation Committee for the Fundamental Research Grant Scheme, FRGS, and the Science Fund since 2006. He is also the chief editor of the IIUM Engineering Journal. He served as an IDB Islamic Development Bank consultant for the development of Musa bin Birk University, Mozambique Master Plan in August 2003. He has been invited as keynote speakers for various conferences and congresses in Jordan, Morocco, Indonesia, Uganda, Saudi Arabia, Sudan, Bangladesh, Syria, Iran, Turkey, Pakistan, and many more all over the world. He has conducted workshops on outcome-based education, OBE, academic self-assessment and strategic plan and balanced scorecard, BSC. And he has delivered lectures on invention and innovation, curriculum planning and management, professional ethics towards outcome-based education, CFD and nanofluids, and research design and instrumentation. Prof. Ismail is also a co-inventor for at least 8 filed patents of research products at this university and has published more than 180 papers in referred journals and conference proceedings. His research topics include energy and environment, computational fluid dynamics, combustion, and nanofluids. He has also been actively involved in several research projects worth more than RM 2 million, and a few of his products, such as the solar steel and the heat transfer enhancement using nanofluids, have won international awards. Ladies and gentlemen, I now present to you Professor Dr. Ahmad Faris Ismail. Over to you, Prof.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Shahrizad. My colleague at Kuliah of Engineering. So Assalamualaikum and very good morning or afternoon or good night to all of the participants. Welcome to the second session, which we are going to talk about cultural intelligence and sustainability, the future of education. Indeed, we are very lucky today. We are going to have 3 prominent speakers from Malaysia, from Saudi Arabia, as well as from Australia. We have Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, the Rector of IIUM from Malaysia, His Excellency Professor Datuk Dr. Kutub Mustafa Sano, the Secretary General of the International Islamic Fiqh Academic, OIC, from Saudi Arabia, as well as Dr. Tom Bagus from the Cultural Synergies Proprietary Limited, Australia. So let me begin this session by quoting one verse from the Holy Quran, which is can be translated as such, that, O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and make you peoples and tribes that you may know each other. So I guess this is very much relevant to our discussion in this webinar, because we are talking about how can we understand each other, how can we cooperate, how can we collaborate, how can we work together for the betterment of the society, for the betterment of the world. Okay. So indeed, the topic for this second session is very much relevant, where now we are going to talk about the future of education and how the cultural intelligence and sustainability will play the role for the future of education. So I guess the format for our discussion this morning, first we are going to invite each panelist to present his thought in this topic for the first round. And then after that, we are going to follow with the second round with more discussion. So let me first introduce our first speaker, the first panelist, which happened to be my boss and colleague at the International Islamic University, Malaysia. The first speaker is Tan Sri Professor Emeritus Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, which is currently the rector of the International Islamic University, Malaysia. He was the Vice Chancellor of USM, University Science Malaysia, from 2000 to 2011 before. He is the immediate past president of the International Association of Universities, a UNESCO-affiliated organization based in Paris. He was the convener of the Regional Center of Expertise on Education for Sustainable Development, based in USM beginning 2005. Tan Sri Zul was awarded the prestigious 2017 Gilbert Medal by Universitas 21 in recognition of his long-term commitment to a sustainable approach to international higher education. He is a fellow of the Academy of Sciences Malaysia, the World Academy of Art and Science, and the World Academy of Islamic Management. In October 2020, he was appointed as a member of the Qatar Foundation Higher Education Strategy Advisory Panel. Besides that, Tan Sri Zul is also a member of the Academic Network for Development Dialogue, World Islamic Economic Forum, and National Digital Economy and Fourth Industrial Revolution Council, which is chaired by the Prime Minister of Malaysia. He was also invited to serve as an expert for the Futures of Higher Education project at UNESCO's Institute for Higher Education. Tan Sri Zul was awarded the 2017 Tokoh Akademik Negara, the National Academic Laureate, and recipient of number of honorary doctorates from various international universities. Locally, in October 2018, he was conferred Professor Emeritus by USM, whilst in 2019, University Science Islam Malaysia conferred him an honorary doctorate in recognition of his efforts in widening and dimensions of da'wah through various research and leadership while serving the university. In addition, the government of Japan, in recognition of his contribution to the academic collaboration and exchanges between the two nations, has conferred Tan Sri Zul the Order of the Rising Sun Gold Rails with neck ribbon in September 2019. So Tan Sri Zul, I think with all that credential, I think you are the most appropriate person to introduce this topic on cultural intelligence and sustainability, the future of education. So the floor is yours, Tan Sri.
Thank you very much, Prof. Faris. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Greeting of peace, and good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you. And thanks also for Faris for giving that generous introduction. None of it actually matters because I am now going to talk about something which I'm not very familiar with. Being an uncultured scientist, we will try and attempt to do this topic. Plus, the panel before us was almost an all-female panel, done very well, and I think I'm very inundated with this. So happened that it is an all-male panel, Faris. I think we need to do slightly better than the previous panel, inshallah. Okay, I've been given this title, Cultural Intelligence and Sustainability, the Future of Education, and I want to talk about specifically a Sejahtera case, which is basically an indigenous local case as far as Malaysia is concerned. I also want to highlight that IIUM has been working on sustainability for the last 3 or 4 years, and inshallah, I think last year we were given this international award for the best institution globally on sustainability. So on that merit, I will try to bring this topic alive, inshallah, in trying to answer some of the questions that were given. Let me acknowledge also my fellow panelists, Dr. Sano, and nice to meet you again. And Tom, I've not met you, but I hope this panel will put us together in the kind of work that we are doing together. Now, I would like to begin by let's see. I would like to begin by explaining to you my understanding of sustainability. I think the key word here is sustainability. We have heard a lot of cultural intelligence from the various panel, a very distinguished and a very enlightening panel. But how do you fit in sustainability in this concept of cultural intelligence and indeed in the concept of culture itself? Yeah. My understanding of sustainability in itself is a culture on its own because it talks about a way of life that has been there for a long time. It is not a new concept, although it has been introduced by United Nations in the 1980s. But for many indigenous culture, sustainability has been there as a way of life. You just look around the world, we will cite some examples later. And not only the way of life, but also a way of being, a way of well-being. In other words, it is almost a total concept, a holistic concept that talks about the balance between the human being and its environment. We cannot imagine our life without an environment that is equally balanced with us. So this idea of us living with nature, being comfortable with nature, supporting one another, not owning each other, is something that I think this whole idea of sustainability is about. How do you maintain this balance? How do you create this balance? And how do you make sure that this balance is beneficial for both parties, be it a human being and be it nature itself, or including non-human lives around it? I think is the major question that we want to talk about. And this is where I think the culture dimension comes in as a way of life, as a way of well-being. So this balance is a word that I want to bring in when we talk about sustainability. Of course, sustainability are defined in many ways, but balance to me seems to be the key aspect. Yeah? And this becomes very important as you look around the world and see what the other cultures are offering. And I call this a shared human heritage because in every culture, there is something of this remnants of balance, living harmoniously with one another. And for example, in Japan, we've got the concept of ikigai, right? In Sweden, we've got the concept of lagom. All this talks about balance, how human being and its environment can live peacefully, harmoniously in that particular context. Yeah. In Korea, you have concept of nunchi. In Philippines, you have ugnayan. These are some of the random ideas that I picked up when we talk about this shared human heritage. In other words, it is nothing new. For all of us have got this idea of being balanced, but it is in a different cultural context, but certainly the platform is the same where we can build relationship quite easily in trying to build this idea of cultural equity, if you want to put it that way. On a regional basis, I think Sana would know this better, the word Ubuntu. I am because you are. It's a question of relationship. How do you build this relationship is a major thrust as far as Africa is concerned. China, you know this concept of yin and yang, right? Again, it's a concept of balance, and how do you make this balance sustainable over a period of time. And in our part of the world, the Malay archipelago or the Nusantara, we have got a concept which we call sejahtera, a word that is said to begin from the word Sanskrit, but later on evolved into this whole concept of what balance is all about between human being, nature, and between human being and also non-human life as it were. So this concept of balance becomes an important concept as a common human heritage that we do not have to fight. That yours is better than mine, or as mentioned by the earlier panels, that you tend to mainstream yours because you think you're the only one. No, everybody has got the same thing. The words may be different, connotation may be slightly different, but fundamentally it is the same. It's about humanity living together, about humanity living with its environment. All right. Now you can test this when the COVID comes in. When the COVID comes in, I think this whole idea of human heritage is called to being. How can we work together to fight this invisible enemy, right? But unfortunately, this message is not called accepted by all. Yeah, when you look at vaccine, you talk about vaccine nationalism, a vaccine inequity, a vaccine appetite. Although there is human heritage, but somehow or other this has been somehow or other overshadowed by the human greed, as it were. That is me for myself rather than sharing it with the humankind. All right. So I want to say that we need to protect this. We need to protect this idea of human heritage that we share, same commonalities, same value, same fundamental culture, so that it becomes a kind of a protection for us against all sorts of other disruptions, be it bio disruption, be it technological disruption, because sustainability is a kind of a way of life and it is within our nature. And the moment you accept this, I think perhaps you can see how this cultural intelligence and sustainability can forge a new future as far as education is concerned. So there's the general framework, the general background to what I would want to talk about a little bit more on what education is all about. Now, in Malaysia, when we talk about education, fundamentally, we are talking about what we call the national education philosophy that was crafted in 1988, maybe 30 years ago, and that talks about how do we create a whole person. It is not part of a person, it's not just the brain, the hand, or the heart, it is a whole person. And the philosophy talks about 4 dimensions of physical, intellectual, and emotional. Now, these three, or this culmination of the whole thing, is what we call education with soul. The soul is indeed the culture that we talk about, not the culture quotient as has been won by the previous panelists, but how do we take this as a way of living? At the end of the day, it shapes our behavior, it shapes our thinking, it shapes our collectiveness as far as education is concerned within the context of Malaysia. In other words, people who went through this education will be this whole person that we have developed, or the complete person, if you were to use the jargon of UNESCO. Right, but fortunately or unfortunately, our education system has been somehow or other been dismantled or segmented. Yeah, we talk about first of all the interaction between the physical and intellectual, and this is about learning from the outside. We use our 5 senses, and these 5 senses are the one that develops our intelligence, and intelligence is the one that analyzes stuff, and that analysis somehow or rather sometimes talk about what is the thing that our previous panelists are worried about. Once we have this intelligence that analyzes, and then you begin to analyze that ours is better than this. And this analysis is the one that creates the paralysis of people working together, because the intellectual level of understanding of culture may not be as high as we think it should be. There is another segment that we talk about how do the brain interact with the emotion, and these are the low-level emotion, the emotion that talks about survival, and that is often shaped by a Ritalian sort of a metaphor. right? Crocodiles, snakes, and all those other reptiles. They have got brains, but their brains are only meant to make sure that they survive. Other components and that is not important. And the survival instinct is the one I think now is destroying culture all over the world, because everybody is talking about themselves. And it is what Dr. Asma was saying in the academia. We all talk about ourselves, and we want to make sure that we survive. And sometimes we use this animalistic, the reptilian instinct to make sure that other people vanquish so that we can move on and survive and become, quote unquote, to use Darwin's phrase, a survival of the fittest, as it were, right? Now, you see this, I like Lorna's last word to talk about a system that is actually mechanical, industrial, and also digital. And these are all about to survive a world that is, quote unquote, economically framed. And we've got an acronym for that. We call it WEIRD. WEIRD is W is westernized in the sense that the Industrial Revolution took place in the West, especially in UK and Europe. Right? And what it is all about, it is all about economic centricity. It is all about being industrial-led. Right? Now it becomes reputational obsessed. We need to have number one. We need to be ranked. Yeah? At the end of the day, it becomes a very dehumanizing kind of a system that demolishes what we call this whole person concept. All right? And this has been the education system that we have adopted until the last century, 21st century, and this has been the domain that actually, from my point of view, diminishes the importance of culture, let alone being intercultural in that sense, right? So then we move into what we call education with soul and with education without soul. You probably remember the work of Harry Lewis in Harvard that talks about excellence without soul. It is about just the same thing, but ours is more encompassing in that particular aspect. Okay? So as we move on, we are fortunate to understand that there is another dimension, the higher emotions and spirituality. This is another life-saving sort of dimension that has not been developed many times because the word spirituality sometimes is not well accepted in the modern sort of understanding of what spirituality is all about. Yeah? But fortunately or unfortunately, as we move into the 21st century, particularly in the context of the COVID, we begin to find that we are in need of certain elements of values that is actually culturally associated. The question of sympathy, for example, how do people connect with one another? This relationship that we built about, although we are in a very distant land, but we can still appreciate what happens in Kamlut, for example. Here we can appreciate it, although we are not there. Right? But moving on, we can develop another set of values from sympathy to empathy. In other words, you go there to be with them, to experience it. And this is what we talked earlier about experiencing it rather than just reading textbook stuff. To understand poverty, you need to be with the poor rather than staying in an aircon library and read books about poverty and think you understand that. Yeah. And finally, it develops this whole person concept of you being compassionate. And I think that's the ultimate, when we talk about the Quranic verse that was read by Prof. Faris, it is about how do you become compassionate and create this whole idea of community living together despite the differentiation. Yeah? No less, when COVID comes in, all these values, there are many, but I'm just going to take three: sympathy, empathy, compassion, are very fundamental if the human being wants to stay alive. But if they don't want to stay alive, and I think they want to still segment themselves, then you'll find that at the end of the day, they will be distracted by this whole idea of pandemic. Yeah, and we see this. I cannot help but to relate to the G7 sort of communique on the use of vaccines. Yeah. There's so much of what you call discrepancies and divide, and sometimes hypocritical sort of statements that we want to help humanity, but we need to help ourselves first. And this is a kind of values that is missing when we talk about those kind of a statement, right? But these values will then remove this whole idea of being inundated with just small dimension of being reptilian or animalistic. Right? We need to remove that, but we still talk about survival. The survival that we talk is based on different values, and that values is basically the encompassing values of everything coming together. And this is where my own definition of cultural sort of intelligence. It's a combination of many things, and that's why the question that I asked earlier, it has to be caught rather than being taught. You need to demonstrate, you need to experience, you need to role model so that the student will understand, rather than teaching them, having exams and they got a good A, but they are still not the human person that we talk about. For that, I think we need to reconstruct this whole idea of competition into collaboration, putting in the intelligence of physical, intellectual, emotional, and spirituality. Hopefully, the whole person concept will come into being. Okay, and these, I think, what is the post-COVID, the futures of education will be when once we can integrate and make things happen and build more trust, build more sharing, and build more sort of assistance and support with one another into what I call now the WISER model. The WISER model is just an acronym so that we understand this. One is being holistic, that everything must come in total, not a portion of it. One is to be inclusive, everybody counts. All life matters, not just a particular life matters. It has to be sustainable, the way I've described it. It has to be equitable. This is where the vaccine model failed from the G7 sort of idea. And finally, it has to be resilient. In others, we have a coping mechanism to sustain it once we are met with challenges like the COVID-19. How do we then build the internal strength that we can then still remain and survive as a human person rather than being transformed into different kind of a thing? So the enculturation, how do you make it into a culture that is now being pervasive into higher education as a kind of not a hard wired curriculum, but the curriculum that people learn and share and experience at the same time, so that then it can be part and parcel of the whole institution. From the whole person, we move into the whole institution, and that is where I think the word sejahtera comes in. The word sejahtera is basically taking everything into a picture, and we've got the word spices here, is basically talking about the various aspects of spirituality, being physical, being intellectual, and the C there is from being cultural, E is being emotional, and S being societal at the same time. These are the 10 dimensions, which I have no time to go through, but indeed, these are the values that needs to be put in, so that at the end of the day, we will have what we call a wiser world that sustains so-called the shared human heritage within one another, so that we can understand each other plainly, because we have got that inbuilt within us rather than coming from external. Yeah. So in our university, based on this idea, we have now created what we call the Sejahtera academic framework, humanizing education to make better human beings rather than a better professional. That can come second. You must be better human being first, then you can become better professional. Right now, we make them a better professional, but they're a lousy human being. I think that's not the way to go. And for our purpose, Rahmatan lil Alamin is an Arabic word which means to talk about mercy to all. It addresses everybody, regardless of grade, religion, geographical location, and so on and so forth, which is now the post-COVID sort of framework for us. So this has been now used in the university. We are trying to implement it, hopefully within this the cultural dimension, the mentioned campaign. And this has been to a certain extent been introduced to UNESCO on a forum called the Futures of Higher Education. There is this report now that's come out on the 25th of May, coming from a forum that we've got, and you are most welcome to assess this report. And it talks about the cultural dimension in many ways when you talk about education with soul and so on and so forth. So I'll stop there. And I would just want to also again reiterate that we're in solidarity with what's happening in Kamlut, where every child matters, and we are really very sad that this happened, but it is a lesson for us to learn together. On that note, thank you very much, Faris, and thank you for listening. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Tan Sri Zul. I think indeed it's a very, very good overall picture of, I think, what we need to do. I mean, from the cultural intelligence to human relationships to sustainability and sejahtera. Okay, we will come back to more discussion afterwards. Let us move to the second speaker. Just now I saw Professor Sano. Now I cannot see him anymore. Professor Sano, are you there?
Looks like I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. So can I will
Hello?
introduce you. Yeah, I will
Yes.
introduce you now. All right. Thank you very much. So
Please,
our second
you're welcome.
speaker is, yes, our second speaker is His Excellency Professor Datuk Dr. Kutub Mustafa Sano, the Secretary General of the International Islamic Fiqh Academy, OIC, in Saudi Arabia. Okay, I'm very happy to see he is my old colleague of mine. I mean, we used to travel together when he was in Malaysia. So briefly, Professor Datuk Sano is a politician and academic from Guinea, and now he is serving as the Secretary General of the International Islamic Fiqh Academy. But before that, he was having several high-level positions in the government of the Republic of Guinea, such as Minister of Religious Affairs, Minister of International Cooperation, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs in the Presidency of the Republic of Guinea, as well as, of course, he was our IIUM Deputy Rector in the year 2005-2009, in charge of internationalization and innovation. At that time, I mean, he was conferred the Datukship from the Sultan of Pahang in 2019. So Professor Sano, I think with your vast experience, both in academic, as well as in politics, as well as in political science and economics, I think we need your take and your thought on how will be the future of education, and primarily the importance of this cultural intelligence and the cultural understanding. So please, Professor Datuk Sano, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my dear beloved brother and friend, Prof. Faris. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Sallallahu wa sallam wa baraka ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam tasliman kathira. Tansri, Dr. Professor Emeritus Dr. Zulkifil, brothers and sisters, participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First and foremost, let me thank you all for inviting me to this very interesting topic about intelligence, about the cultural intelligence at the moment that the world itself is moving towards establishing, having such an mode of living together or acceptance of one another. I'm thankful to Professor Rector for thinking about this kind of topic, which needed to be all the time discussed, because the issue of cultural intelligence, it is in its form right now getting a lot of attention from many policymakers around the world. We are living in a world that Corona has proven to us that we need each other, and no one single country can decide and do anything without having the effect of that one to another one. So therefore, there is a need to go beyond all of our considerations, our setting, our ideas, sometimes even our beliefs, to accept one another. So cultural intelligence became very important. If you may allow me, Prof. Faris, I know you're a very punctual man. I would just say, I'm just looking at this the three components of the topic of today. We talk about cultural intelligence, we talk about sustainability, and then we talk about the future of education. These three will go together and they will have to come together. I was very much impressed with the talk of Professor Tansri, the rector, when he talked about the sustainability and the need of humanization of the education itself. It doesn't make that much sense for the humanity once the education itself is not being humanized. So if you talk about cultural intelligence, you are talking about ability of the person to live or to accept effectively and have understanding of others. And from Faris, you have started your talk by talking about the Quran, the verse from the Quran. يا أيها الناس إنا خلقناكم من ذكر وأنثى وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا. This is one of the topics. It could be the basic. We could move on it to establish our own perspective of this cultural intelligence. God created all of us from male and female, and then he created us and put us into tribes, nations. What is the main objective of that one? Lita'arafu. There you could know each other, you could accept each other, you could live with each other. You could not just be accepting that way, because ta'aruf, this cultural intelligence supposedly wants us to know first. You know, we cannot appreciate any culture without knowing it. We cannot reject any culture without knowing it. We cannot accuse any culture without knowing it. You start by ta'arufu. Ta'aruf would start by knowing each other. When you know the culture, then you will appreciate. When you will appreciate, then you will know how to handle it and how to work and how to live with faith. So what is happening in most of the places, we do not know many of these cultures. We tend to accuse, sometimes to reject, because we look at our culture as being the reference to other cultures. And the opposite is supposed to be that we should be accepting all cultures. We should be respectful to all cultures, because no culture is above our culture. No culture is better than a culture. So therefore, Quran was very right by saying, لِتَعَارَفُوا. Al-ma'rifah should be, you know, the appreciation will never come if you do not know. If you never know, we never come if you do not appreciate, we do not get to know exactly what the culture is about it. When you move to that word cultural intelligence, is somebody who is intelligently, he wants to leave the cultures after knowing them and then appreciating, then knowing, getting the methods and means how to cross the war and how to accept each other. As the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ, as a model to all Muslims, you will see him, how he was so much appreciative to the culture. You may know the culture could differ from even the people living in the same state. They could have people in the upper setting, the people are here. You could have a different process. So each culture setting has its own culture. But if you want to get in this, never ever go for making any kind of judgment before knowing, and that knowledge will enable you to make your own better judgment. And never take it just from the beginning, a culture as a reference, and any culture does not go along with this one, it is not the good one. When you move to this sustainability, I don't want to start there. Prof. Tansfi has given a lot of information, which is very important for all of us in this seminar. It's about the sustainability. The sustainability, anything we do in this life, we have to be having in mind that this is the needs of the present, and without compromising the future. The need of the present today, we want something that we need it. We need this cultural intelligence. And do not need by going to just like that. Why when you go for globalization, and then that the globalization wants to take over the cultures and want to just end up that the people stay without the culture. We do not agree for that one. The culture should stay around, and the people should have their own culture. And then what is needed today in this globalization or culture, globalizing the culture, will be appreciating each culture, accepting each culture, accepting that the culture will live side to side, because we do not want to end up to have one single human being on the earth, or one single human entity in the air, one single country in the earth. We want all this to be together, because we need to strengthen each other. And the Quran has stated about the culture that it's important. When you talk about وَمِنْ آيَاتِهِ اخْتِلَافُ أَلْسِنَتِكُمْ وَأَلْوَانِكُمْ إِنَّ فِي ذَلِكَ لَآيَاتٍ لِلْعَالِمِينَ. That one of the signs of the mighty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he has created us with different thoughts, different languages. People tend to say that languages today in the world, you talk about 10,000s of the languages around the world, everywhere in the world. But the languages, it is the mean of talking about the culture. The languages, through the languages, we interpret the culture, we bring about the culture. So Allah has created the culture itself, and that culture wants it to remain because it is a sign of his mighty, it's a sign of his power, and the one would not be able to remove it out of our life. So the sustainability wants us to have in mind when we are taking this is a cultural intelligence, that we want to do something which will last, will be going to be very, very beneficial for us, for our time, and then the future nations will be. That's why IIUM as a model of having all of these human beings coming from different culture, living together in harmony, appreciating each other, and thinking together. And think at the end of the day, they will create a community of the world where people accept each other and respect each other. The whole problem we are having today in the world is that disrespect towards one another. When the nation thinks that it's the best one, or is the most powerful, it is the most richest, and then it will end up to be looking down on others, looking down on the other rights of life, the right of respect, the right of honor. Then you will end up to have the fight all over the places. So the sustainability of this, our life, and when you come at the education, economic sustainability, we come the political, we come the stability itself, will all depend on this cultural intelligence. More is strengthened in any nations, in any culture, in any places, sustainable will be the economy itself. Even you talk the diversity in the economy, you will not have it if you do not have this intelligence, which is enabling the people to work in a different conditions, in a different environment, making the progress out of these things. So our sustainability would depend mainly on this cultural intelligence. If you really want to have only one way of doing the things, one way of handling the matters different, even though the time has changed, then we'll end up to be irrelevant to our realities. So the relevancy of our own in this depend on our appreciation of our culture, on appreciation of our needs, our ability, on our forces, in order to move forward and try to do what should be better for us and be better for the humanity. Lastly, talking about the future of education. Is the balanced one? The future has any education we do not expect it to last longer than the one which is the balanced one. The balanced education is that one which is needed. The humanity is needed to have this balanced education. This corona has proven that when education is balanced, you won't be selfish. You won't be some kind of like looking down. You don't just interested on yourself. You don't care what is happening to other humanity. If today you lock down your country, so I will say I'm going giving the vaccines only for some nations. The virus has proven to us you can reach everywhere. It's reached the White House, it went to the Pentagon, it went to Kremlin, it visited the palaces, it visited the rich people, everywhere. Nobody could stop it. So if you do it and it solves your problems without thinking the other people's problems, then it doesn't help you as you have done anything. We have seen it, the nations that have been focusing only. We have seen how this vaccines business has been distributed. You started for some of those nations to do think that they need better, they have more right in life than others. Then they end up to be faced with reality. You only as a nation, you cannot live up without having other nations next to you. If today you want to enjoy your life only in your country, then you have no plane, you have no travel, no anything, nothing will have the life itself has no means, has no sense without being something to share with others. So education, when it is balanced, we need it taking the spiritual aspect of it, spiritual human aspect of it, and then you go to the material side of it. IIUM has been trying to introduce such a balanced education. We do not want the people to be only thinking about spirituality and forget about reality. We want reality and spirituality to go together side by side and make sure that human being will be a balanced human being. That when a medical doctor is having the patient next to him, he's having the person that they need to get the assistant to attend to him, he will forget about money, you get about the physician, you get about so many things, but he will be thinking that I'm having a human being, that the life is in danger, and I have to do something to make sure that's what I'm doing. So the future education that our generation will need today, we have to inculcate in our children this spiritual aspect of it. Spiritual aspect, because why? Because we know is that human being did not create himself. He was created, and the one who created him is the Almighty, we call him. He's the Almighty, and this mightiness of Allah has been proven through this corona. Could you imagine no any center of futuristic studies or no any of these great institutions in the world could predict that corona would have happened, would occur in 2020. No one at all. We don't find it in any literature where people have been told that corona would occur in somewhere in 2019 or 2020, but it happened. And as of today is the second year. Humanity is incapable to get the cure for that one. So we have to accept that there is Almighty, the one who is in control of all the things, who created that virus. We talk about its sources is coming from here and there. Forget about it and get for us the cure that the sick people will be really treated to recover their health, and then you protect the humanity. We have vaccines, the vaccines just to protect the people before having the corona. But what do people who have had it already, what to do with them? So that one, as of today, the mankind, the medical team is working hardly day as well at night, but up to now, so we need to turn to the Almighty. We need to turn to believe that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala could inspire Muslims and non-Muslims, all mankind that needed to come together. I mean, our spiritual leaders, our religious leaders, you have to continue to invoke, to implore the mercy of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, that he could inspire some of those learned medical team, Muslims and non-Muslims, to get the cure, that humanity will be safe against this COVID. COVID has shown that it does not differentiate between human beings. There's no difference between the rich and poor. No, the powerful men and the weak men, no women and men. There's no difference. I think it has proven that humanity has to come together. They have to stand by together. They have to work together. They have to strengthen the ties together. That dedication, which is based on that one, will be the future for the humanity. Will be more helpful. Will be thinking about what is going to happen next to my fellow neighborhood, for my fellow human being, by my fellow humanity. Do not be going to be the person I was just thinking about my own only. You cannot no education will be survive in the future when it's not balanced. So I wanted to say these three components. If you take them together, you will end up to believe that we need to restructure everything that we have gone through. The corona is a lesson that is an occasion for the humanity, that we need to revise our way of doing the things. We need to revise, we need to accept and forget about the supremacy of the cultures. We need to accept that the cultures are equally having the same level, and no culture is better than another one. No culture, but which is the best among us? They're the people who could really get to know more culture, get to know more people, get to know and get to make use of this knowledge to appreciate, to accept, to communicate and work and hand and deal with the others. Get to know that the sustainability for us will depend on our cooperation, our strengthening the ties, our working hand in hands. Without that one, there will no economy will be sustainable, no stability will be sustainable, no even the environment that we are living will be sustainable. We'll be always faced with the calamity, we'll be always faced with the problems and the crisis, and it will be endless for us. In addition to do all of this is the education. The solution for all of this is the education. Let us go back and check in our educational system. check about the structure, the contents, and let the contents of our education be relevant to our realities that we are living in it. Do not be wasting most of our time in the past. Do not be wasting most of the time in the issues which are not relevant to us. And then thinking about the future. Our presence need to be addressed in the way that will be successful and will make our sense. We'll be producing graduates who will be a real agent of change, real agent of this is the real balanced human being. They had not only mainly focus on their own life, but they know there is life hereafter, and that's hereafter. We'll have to be working for that one. We are all in the transit. This world is a transit for Muslims, for all believers, Muslims and Christians and Jews. All of us, we believe that this life is a transit, and that we'll have to work for the other one. That in order to work for the other one, let us make sure that our education will inculcate these values, the values of trustworthiness, the values of pity, mercifulness, the values of kindness, the values of love of one another, the values of respect, the values of acceptance of each one another. The values, when you just inculcate this one in our education, the values to say that we are all eminently equal. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created equally. We are coming from the same way, and they will be going from the same way. There's no way difference. Nobody is born different from other one. Nobody will be dying different. Nobody will be going. We'll all come out. We've been given up, and then there will be time we will be going back in the same way. No matter how will be our status, but we'll end up to have the same. So let us be acceptable and acceptive for one another, and working on these things and make sure that our education. I would like to congratulate IIUM because of leading such view of this is the holistic view of educations. And that's why everywhere in the world right now, in the West and the East and the North and the South, we do and end up to believe that we need to have a balanced education. We have to have more morality. We have to be those people who will be working, those who are having the vaccines today, they should allow all mankind to have access to these vaccines. You should make it possible. Because without it being available for all, there will not be end for this virus. Believe me, you take the G7, G20, G77, all of these settings, they know clearly without having the vaccine for more than 190 or 96 countries, and without having the vaccine for the 7 billion mankind here, there will not be safety, there will not be progress. All economics or all human beings are interrelated. So there's no need for to be selfish in terms when it comes to distribution. Why in terms of making it, could you just, the science need to share. This knowledge need to be available, to be allow others there. You may gain the money, you get more if you really share it. That why I will end up by saying 3 things in our life. If you want to enjoy them, you must share them. If you don't share them, you will never ever enjoy them. The first of these things, if you want to enjoy it, is the wealth. If it happened, you become a wealthy, and a living around you, all of them, this is the poor people. You don't share with them. You don't take care about them. You don't look at them. Believe me, that's every day you've been cursed. Every day you'll be involved in anything that you will never enjoy, because you won't see the beauty that you want to enjoy. You will see the joyness of this when you see others also enjoying it. So you will not get to that. The second things that you need to share with others in order to benefit and then to enjoy it is the power. When you talk about the dictatorship, you are talking about the dictator is nobody, he does not want to share. He wants everything in his hand, and he wants to do everything, and nobody else will have to be there to get anything. So when you want to enjoy, you have seen it that the people say a portion of the power need to be shared, need to be, even in your own house. Imagine that if you want to be Mr. One, Mr. Everything, and then there is no power. I mean, the madam has to have its own power, her own authority, her own power. But if you end up to have all in your hand, you will be really cursed everywhere, and it will not go anywhere. The third one, the last one, is the science, is the knowledge. The knowledge is a good one if it is shared. One is not shared, it will just live at your level, and there's no impact on it for you. So that's why our beloved brothers and sisters who are having this knowledge now, we have access to the science, they should allow it to be shared. They should give it to more mankind. They will have more peace. But you couldn't be a knowledgeable person within the ignorant people. You couldn't be only the one, the scientists enjoying this one. And then to say you think you're enjoying, but in reality, you're not enjoying anything. Because you won't see that happiness in the face of others. You won't see the greatness, the joyness that the others should have it. So let us make sure that our knowledge is being shared, our understanding of the things, our sciences that we begin, our discoveries that been allowed to others to have access. You should not, there's no need for you to monopolize. There's no need for you to keep it on your level and make others suffer. At the end of the day, you will have to leave one day and leave all of these things behind you here. Nobody will bring it along with him. No wealth will be brought along with you. No power will be there. Definitely the knowledge you will have. The only one that you will live here will be stay here, that the knowledge will be. We talk about ancient time today. We talk about Frederick. We talk about all of these knowledgeable people because they accepted to share their knowledge. Could you imagine if they did not want to other people to just say that, what was going to happen to them? Nobody will be there to remember them today. We remember them because they made it available and they allow others to have access to it. They could have just kept it with themselves and there would not be any sharing for this one. I hope that this cultural intelligence will be an occasion for us to revise our way of doing the things. And then the corona has come to confirm to us that humanity, mankind, they have to live together. They have to accept each other. They have to appreciate the culture of one another. With this one, the education will be the means to achieve it. And without the education, which is balanced one, we will not be able to reach that level. So thank you very much, Prof. And I just go back to you. God bless you and bless you all the participants. And let us see the new paradigms, the new shifting, the shifting for our way of doing the things. And make sure that Corona will be for us an occasion. It is a challenge. We must turn it into opportunity for mankind, for our future, for our education. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Datuk Sano. Okay, very nice to hear again your words of wisdoms. I think you have talked about acceptance, respect of each other. We do not want to see a globalized world with only one culture. We need to cooperate, and at the end, you're talking about the importance of balanced education, especially to integrate the spirituality and the reality, as well as the humanistic values in our education. Thank you very much, Professor Sano. Please stay there. We will have discussion afterwards. Now we move to our third speaker, which is Dr. Tom Vergoes. He is now an executive coach and the principal of cultural synergies in Australia. He has been an independent consultant for the last 30 years, specializing in the fields of diversity and inclusion, global leadership, and cultural intelligence. He works globally in a diverse range of industries. Some of the clients he has worked with include Royal Dutch Shell, Disney, Honda, Autoliv, Hewlett-Packard, ANZ Bank, Sara Lee, Monash University, Cadbury, M-Bank, BP, Microsoft, Oracle, and Rio Tinto. So very vast experience in talking to the industry. He is the author of at least 4 publications, as well as a regular blogger and podcaster, contributing to developing high-performing, effective, and ethical leaders. A passionate educator, he brings a broad perspective of East and West to life, as well as a refreshing quality of honesty and truth to his client interactions. Of Indian origin, born and raised in Perak, Malaysia, Dr. Tom went to Australia as a foreign student. He currently resides in Melbourne with his English-born wife, with 2 children, as well as a dog and a cat. So, Dr. Tom, I guess with your very much good experience with the various industry, I think we would like to hear from you how is the cultural intelligence and sustainability will be important in the future of education and training. The floor is yours, Dr. Tom.
Very good. Thank you very much, Professor Faris. Hello, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. I'm actually going to focus on cultural intelligence and sustainability, but look at it from the concept of leadership. Because leadership, I come from the world of business, and I've been an independent consultant now for 30 years. So therefore, business and leadership is what I'm familiar with, but the field of cultural intelligence is definitely something that I'm very passionate about. So as Professor Faris said in the introduction, I was born and brought up in Malaysia. I was actually born in Kota Baru, Kelantan on the East Coast, and then moved over to Batu Gajah, Perak, when I was 6 years old. I came to Australia as a student to study many, many, many years ago. In my first summer here as a student, I got a job selling encyclopedias door to door. Now, for those of you who are students here of the university, you're probably wondering, what are encyclopedias? This is before computers. Encyclopedias are large sets of books that we used to sell. Anyway, in my first month of selling encyclopedias, I sold nothing. I went to my manager, Mr. Ian McLaren, and I said to Mr. McLaren, please help me. I'm trying hard, but nothing is happening. So Mr. McLaren said, Tom, here is what I want you to do. Put your hand out, give me a good, firm handshake, and look at me in the eye. Okay. Give me a good, firm handshake and look at me in the eye. Now, for those of you who've been to Australia, for those of you who've studied here in Australia or traveled through Australia, what you may or may not know is that in Australia, a handshake is really important. It's gender neutral, and a firm handshake in Australia demonstrates trust, respect, and sincerity. Of course, having come from Malaysia, I was shaking hands the Malaysian way. Very soft. Because of course, in Malaysia, a soft handshake demonstrates trust, respect, sincerity. In Australia, a soft handshake means you're untrustworthy, you could be lying, and you're definitely insincere. Now, see where a small behavior like that has different meanings in different cultures. I will eternally be grateful to Mr. Ian McLaren for teaching me that, because he was actually my first cross-cultural coach. He taught me how to understand things of the Australian culture. And of course, I have since had many other coaches along the way to help me develop my cultural intelligence. So I put that as a frame of reference, because one of the things that's really important when we talk about culture and cultural intelligence is that all human beings are ethnocentric. That means we use our culture to compare other cultures. And many a time when we want to learn about other cultures, actually the place to start is our own culture. Spend some time thinking and understanding our own culture in relation to other cultures. So I'm just going to bring up my slides for a moment. Let me just share my screen with you. All right, can I just check to see you can see that? Okay, great, fabulous. Thank you very much. So my intention really in this 15 minutes that I have with you is to contribute to your thinking, to enable you to work effectively across distance, culture, and time, because that is really what my work encompasses. I work with organizations and organization leaders as a coach to help them be more successful in taking their businesses across multiple countries. So I want to pose a question for you. Here's a question for you. Have you ever had disagreement or conflict with people from your own culture? Have you ever had disagreement or conflict with people from your own culture? Of course, it's a rhetorical question, right? Of course, we have had that. And probably in the times of COVID, you may have found you are getting disagreement and conflict with people in your own family, let alone your own culture. So, if you have conflict and disagreement with people in your own culture, then how much more difficult will it be to build harmony and relationship with people who come from a different mindset, different religion, different country, different way of thinking, different value system, different beliefs, different norms, different worldviews, and different mental models? Hence, the challenge of cultural intelligence, of actually making it applicable, is really quite demanding. Paula Caligiuri, who's written extensively in the field of cultural agility, says that the challenges can be put into three specific buckets. Relationship management. So in other words, how do we maintain relationships with people of different cultures? How do we build trust? How do we build friendship? How do we build the fact that we can get along with each other? How do we actually learn to disagree with each other and have contrary point of views and still be able to get along? Task management. When you're working with people of different cultures across borders, you need to ensure that we are getting things done. We still need projects and we still need timelines to be met. And finally, self-management. How do I manage my own internal dialogue of what's happening in my head in terms of how I interact with different people? So sometimes this becomes the elephant in the room. And this is a term that's meant when there is something big, when you are in a meeting, something is big, but nobody knows how to actually say it. So that was actually the name of my first book, The Elephant in the Room, because when we have cultural misunderstandings, how do we know it's even culture? Because if you have cultural differences with people in your own culture, what about then with other cultures? Think of a country like Malaysia, where we grow up, which is multi-ethnic, and compare that then as we reach out to other countries around the world. So as leaders and as future leaders, we deal today and live today in a VUCA world. The world today is volatile, uncertain, complex, and full of ambiguity. This is a term that came out of the Second World War. So therefore, as leaders, how do we actually ensure that we are leading our organizations, leading our universities, leading public sector, private sector, hospitals, all sorts of organizations? How do we deal with that in a world that is constantly changing and changing so quickly? So let me firstly clarify some myths. Here's the first myth. International experience equals cultural intelligence. This is not the case. You may have a lot of international experience, but be very poor cultural intelligence. I was in Muscat many years ago and dealt and worked with a group of Malaysians there, or met a group of Malaysians, and all they did was hang out together. And this is the case in many parts of the world where you have expats from a different country. They all live together because they don't act, they feel safer. Of course, it's more comfortable, and they don't interact with the local population. Secondly, technical competence equals success. Just because one is technically competent does not mean it translates across cultures. And the final thing is high EQ, which is emotional intelligence, the work of Daniel Goleman, equals high CQ, or high cultural intelligence. This is not true. EQ is very important as a leader for you to be able to understand other people, but it does not necessarily translate across different countries. Just because you have great EQ in Malaysia doesn't mean that that will translate to running a team in Russia. Because when we look at behaviors of a different culture, we tend to look at what's above the waterline, but we use our culture, our norms, our value systems, our mental models to try to interpret that behavior. And of course, as you and I know, many a time that is incorrect. So here's a definition of cultural intelligence. It's your capacity to function effectively across culturally diverse settings. I'm going to share with you a model of cultural intelligence. This is from the Cultural Intelligence Center at the University of Michigan, the United States. 4 aspects. CQ drive, which is your interest and your motivation to work across cultures. CQ knowledge, your appreciation of cultural differences and similarities. CQ strategy, what's your plan in working with people of different cultures? And of course, CQ action, your ability to actually incorporate what you've learned and make it come alive. So let me just break each one of them out. Let me give you a quick example of each one of them. Let's talk about CQ drive. CQ drive is your motivation, both intrinsic and extrinsic. So intrinsic motivation, some people are just intrinsically motivated to deal with people of different cultures, whereas other people are much more extrinsically driven. They like it because it gives them far greater access, it gets them promoted, it moves them up the line, etc. Here's a quick scale. And the scale is, what is your cultural drive from very low to very high? Why is cultural drive important? It's important because when we are dealing with people of different cultures, coming from a different background, speaking a different language, eating different types of food, inevitably, there are going to be periods of tension. So you need to be motivated to actually work through those issues. CQ knowledge is really around what are the cultural differences and similarities of cultures around the world. There are more than 200 countries around the world. It is impossible to get to know cultures of every country in depth. But there are clusters of countries and there are commonalities that you can spend time looking at. Well, if I'm going to deal with people from the Middle East, what are some commonalities? If I'm going to deal with people from Eastern Europe, what are some of those commonalities? And what are some of the differences? These are called cultural dimensions. And there's lots of literature you can read about that. In fact, one of the earlier panelists in the previous panel, Professor Asma Abdullah, wrote a book as well on that, of her cultural dimensions, and you may want to look that up. Your knowledge leads you to your strategy. What's your plan? What's your strategy going forward? So let me give you an example of strategy. I have worked with a Swedish company, Autoliv, world's largest manufacturers of seat belts, airbags, and steering wheels. Now, in Sweden, in their head office, they only have 4 layers in the organization. When they opened up their plant in India, because they understood that India is much more of a hierarchical culture and hierarchy is important, that same organization created, in fact, 8 different layers. So that is an example of an organization using CQ strategy to be successful. And finally, when we talk about CQ action, this is where we actually put all the knowledge and our strategy into play. Now, it's easy to have all the knowledge about different cultures, and it's easy to have a good strategy, and you may have a tremendous amount of drive, but of course, the reality of cultural intelligence is in fact in the action. And this boils down to your verbal and non-verbal skills. So in other words, how do you learn to paraphrase? How do you learn to summarize? How do you learn to pause? How do you learn to have command of language? If you're going to be in the world of academia, if you're going to be in the world of business, English, unfortunately, is the lingua franca. So one of my clients tells me how he's American. After he finished university, he was sent to Germany because he was an engineering major. And he said, Tom, one of the key things I learned was that it's really difficult to appear smart when you do not have command of the language. And that has informed his practice ever since. So it's a real challenge. If we want to turn around and work across cultures, how do we in fact develop language ability? if we are in Malay, and of course most Malaysians are multilingual, and if you're working across in Indonesia, sure, but if you're then working in other parts of the world, how do you then perhaps develop a broadness? And how do you then perhaps get better with languages that actually bind us together? So if you put all those things, the four components, CQ drive, your motivation, your ability to actually get energized in working across cultures, and both are important, being able to establish whether it's more intrinsic or extrinsic. CQ knowledge, how do you actually increase your information that's available? And there's so much information available today, of course, in places like Google. The challenge is, how do I get that information and translate that to knowledge? How does that inform my strategy in how I put that across? And then finally, how do I put that all into action? Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Tom. I guess you further elaborate the discussion that we have this afternoon, where you started by saying that even small behaviors, they have different meanings in different culture, which is very, very important. And then after that, I think we have to talk about how to build trust, how to manage relationship, tasks, and so on and so forth. Okay, so now let us move to the question and answer session. Let me start by maybe you can elaborate further, Dr. Tom, because one question is very much related to your myth just now. If someone is culturally intelligent, does he need to be academically intelligent? I think that is relevant to your myth. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on this issue, Dr. Tom.
Of course, of course.
Yes.
So if someone is culturally intelligent, do they need to be academically intelligent as well? So in response to that, is not necessarily so. Let me just flip it across for you. You can in fact find people who are academically highly intelligent, yet not culturally intelligent. So what do I mean by that? So sometimes when I'm working with organizations and we look at high potential candidates and trying to look at which do we send them out? Because one of the best ways actually to develop cultural intelligence is to go out and live in different parts of the world, even for short periods of time, because it gives you a whole different exposure. It broadens your thinking. It puts you on the ground, okay? So sometimes in the past, many companies would say, we want to send the people who are most technically competent because their technical competence, but their people skills may be poor. Whereas in other parts of the world, especially in what we call high relationship cultures, it's actually far more effective for an organization to send people who have far greater relationship building skills rather than technical skills. So it's being able to balance it.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, we move to, there is one question for Tan Sri Zul from the YouTube. The participant, I think this is from Prof. Aziz Barghut. Thank you very much for the deep insight on cultural intelligence. But he needs, please advise us on some practical ways of this mind and attitudinal change, especially in institutions of higher education. Big question.
Yeah, I think this has been spoken this morning when we look at what is the institution of higher education is all about. I think I resonate very well that our institution is almost like a factory. In other words, we are not producing human beings, you're producing goods. And therefore, all the elements of being human are technically missing. We don't build relationship. We talk about being silos. We don't build relationship. We don't work with one another for the common purpose. We work for ourselves, you know. We are supposed to vanquish the others so that I can be a better professor than you are. And the same thing with students. Sometimes we compete with our students. And that's why the relationship between us and students. So the whole makeup of what education is today which to me is not education anymore. It's almost like a factory, and you talk about upskilling, you talk about all these things that do not relate to being human, and therefore the culture is automatically taken out. I mean, if you produce a bottle of Coke, what culture are you talking about? Coke does not have to have a culture, but we need to have a culture, and the culture differ. I mean, when Prof. Sano is in IIUM, I'm sure his values as from person from a different culture, and my value is also different. But yet there is this turning, there is this what you call this convergence that we need to make. Tom has survived in Australia. There's a kind of a convergence that we can make. What is this convergence? We don't talk about convergence. We don't talk about commonalities. We talk about differences all the time. And this is where the G7, I mean, this is a world leader when they talk about it, you know, they talk about what happened in Northern Ireland. They don't even talk what happened in Palestine. You know, they're equally responsible. What happened in Northern Ireland and what happened to Palestine, the Anglo-Saxons are equally responsible, but yet they can talk about their problems, but they cannot talk about the Palestinian problems. Trudeau was there. They didn't even acknowledge about Kamlut, the one that we talked about this morning. They just talk about their own perspective and they think they are great. And I think this is the problem with education today, and we need to revise this. We need to change this. We need to overwhelm the whole education system to go back to what culture is all about, to be the human being that all of us need to be. I hope I answer your question, Prof. Aziz. If not, you can come to my room. We can have more discussion, inshallah.
Okay, thank you, Tan Sri. Maybe Prof. Sano, you want to add on this issue of how to have practical ways of approaching this matter, Prof. Sano?
I would rather say that, yes, I do agree fully with Tan Sri, Prof. Zul, what he said. To me, everything will start by learning, by trying to get to know, because it is said, there's a proverb, we are most of the time we are enemy of something we ignore, we don't know. Sometimes when you don't know, then you tend to pretend to not accept the things. But after knowing, appreciation will come. You will never appreciate something without knowing it. So the cultural basis, this one, we need to know more culture, more of these differences, but not to be just like use it, but to make use of them to appreciate one another. You know, the beauty is something like there's no any, it is very subjective. When you talk about the beauty, when you talk about if it's sometimes this one, some people may look at this is very beautiful, this is so good, but somebody next to you, he or she does not see it that way. So you should accept that he or she has different way of looking at the thing, of appreciating. But when you get to know, this is a part of his being, this is a part of his setting, that you will have to accept. The acceptance is a principle of life. Acceptance of differences. There is a need for humanity to accept the differences. If you don't accept the differences, you will always end up to become a dictator. You will end up to become an egoist, a selfish. You will end up to become somebody who will not be listening to anybody. So the acceptance, the difference, acceptance of the differences at your own level, at home, with your in the family. You know, your wife is different from you, different from her. Your children, among themselves, there are differences. Allah had God who created all of us. He created these differences. But why for? In order for us to appreciate, to accept, to complement each other, to strengthen each other. My weakness will be taken over from somebody. Somebody's weakness will be taken care by me, and then we'll have to go and move together. So if you do look at all our fingers, you could find them, they're not the same. I mean, they're all fingers. We call all of them fingers. But here, this is a little bit up, down here. This is up. This is slim. This is big. But why they wouldn't be here? If one is in trouble, the other four will have, or the other 9 will get the same trouble. But if they do appreciate each other, they can stand, they can walk, they can take, and they can live. They can live in peace. So in order to live in peace, you need to appreciate the differences. The differences should be the quality for the inside, right? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. San. I would just like to extend this discussion. I think this is a very interesting discussion. Of course, we are talking about, we are respecting the difference in terms of culture, in terms of what you call it, background and so on and so forth. But still, I would say that there are a lot of common values shared by the different culture. So how can we respect the different culture, but we talk about commonalities among the like values, like Dr. Tom was talking about trust. I think every culture has this value, or sustainability. So how can we balance between this preserving the different culture, but then upholding the common values among the culture? So I'm not sure. Maybe Tan Sri, you want to start first? Unmute.
Maybe I think let's Tom start. I'll come in later. Maybe.
Okay, Tom, you want to start first?
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
I have a perspective on that. I'm happy to share that. So let's use food as an example, right? Food. Since this is a Malaysian university, we are Malaysia, most of us here. Well, food is such an important aspect of Malaysian culture. But if you think about it globally, all cultures love food. So all human beings eat, right? Professor Sano talked about the fact 7.5 billion people on the planet, all human beings eat. The difference in culture is that what is considered delicious food in one culture may be considered repulsive in another.
Durian.
Right. Case in point. I rest my case. So the challenge is, how do we actually have an appreciation of maybe it is like durian, for instance, saying, okay, I that is not something that appeals to me. I don't understand it. But how do I say, okay, it's okay for other people to have it, rather than saying, oh, that is no good, right? That smells terrible. How can you eat that? See, because that becomes judgmental. So once we judge and our biases kick in, because that's all humans are biased, all of us have biases. Once we become judgmental, that then becomes challenging to appreciate differences.
Yeah, let me try and attempt your question. I think we need to start off at the level of being human. I quite agree with Tom that all of us are ethnocentric or religious-centric. I think this whole idea of identity is the one that breaks things. Being a scientist, I think you would agree with me, we seem to compartmentalize things. The narrow it is, and now we are from Malaysia, and we're in Malaysia. I say Johor. We're in Johor, in this kampung. We're in that kampung. You get to the least common denominator rather than looking at the bigger picture. So I think we need to start off with the basis of being human, and the rest I think becomes consequence to it. Now, once you get that platform, then I think it is easier to build trust over people. But if you come in with a notion that I am from this group and identity, and I think this is what the Muslim problem is all about. I mean, despite all the Quranic verses that you talked about, yeah, we are also being warned that we don't want to be segmented into small holes. And I think the preoccupation of the people who want to divide us will keep on reminding you that you are from this, you are from Africa, and from Africa is this village, from that village is this heritage. And we buy into this. And the moment we buy into this, I think this is where the whole element of trust that you talk about do not happen. And therefore, when we talk about that level, then gender doesn't become a problem. Whether it's male or female, they're human being first. And we respect each other from that notion. And also, it doesn't really matter when you talk about being judgmental or non-judgmental. I learned this from my cat. I've got a cat which just passed away a couple of weeks ago. But when I go to my cat, there's hardly any judgment. It doesn't matter, the cat will come to you whether you're good or bad, on that day. But the cat will come. Animals are better at that point rather than us human beings because of our compartmental. And I think I want to bring this point. The training of the mind is the one that is not good. When you talk about mind training, it's about analysis. When analysis is about breaking things up. When about breaking things up, it's about compartmentalization. So that is the downside of us being scientists trying to dissect things. Sometimes it's important to dissect, but sometimes how can I dissect Professor Kano, for example? you know, and if I can see his heart, his lung, his spleen, but that does not make him. He is a different. I can dissect something else. I can dissect, a bottle of water or something like that, but not human being. So that level of thinking is something that I think we missed. And I think we need to come back to terms. And this is why I'm very critical with the education system. The education system is not giving us what we are supposed to be as a human being. We could be a human capital, but we are not a human capital. We're a human being first. The human capital comes second. Thanks.
Okay. Prof. Sado, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I would just say what Prof. Tom and Tan Sri has mentioned. Okay, they have already spoken about it. Our commonality, where people, the mankind, we have common values, universal values. We have no problem with that one. That one does not differ from country to another country, from one place to another place. But the differences will come with something beyond that one. I mean, differences of your way you dress, your way you look, your way you act, your way you react, and all of these things. That one has to do with your culture, has to do with the environment, has to do with your realities. So that one there, when the realities are different, the culture will be automatically different. When the people, the background sometimes are different, you will have automatically differences. So that's why the differences need to be well-dressed, need to be accepted as a new phenomenon that we'll have to live with it. It's not going to end up at the end of the day. Those people who are trying to have to globalize the culture, to have only one culture, they have failed. They never happen, and will never reach because since we have been created in a different environment, different places, different countries, we will have different cultures. It is a richness for the humanity, for the mankind, that we should build on it. Should appreciate it, and should see it beauty of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. You look at when you get the tree, you get this is creation of Allah, you get all of them together in different colors, different environment, different things. It just like, you feel happy. You look at in French proverb they are saying, something you don't ask that one, which is the color. When you say now, which color is the best one? Some people will like, I like the red one, I like the blue one, I like the black one, I like the yellow one. And that everybody would have it. So which liking is the best? You will never get that one because you cannot end up to be to say mine is the best. So we have to accept that the differences beyond our common values and universal values will have to be appreciated. Believe me, when you appreciate, you will enjoy. And then you will have more respect to the people, and then you will have more acceptance to them, and they will also have respect because you more respect the people, culture, more to respect you. No any human, no any community will accept you to look down on their culture. As the Tan Sri was talking about the cat, even them, they have their own cat among them. All the creators, each one has such kind of setting that the reality is the environment made it that when you just see a stranger animal is coming to any environment, the others are not there, they would start looking at the person there and how good this, they would start to be good that one. But when they get to know each other, when they get to become closer, then you can find the dog and the cat living together. And most of the time you get the mouse living, people that say, no, they cannot live, but because they don't know each other, when they get to know each other, they will live together. So let us start by this one, working harder, how to make effort to say, and forget about what Tan Sri mentioned, the judgmental, the value judgment is the biggest problem. When you started to say, this is the wrong culture, this is the right culture, this is that and that, they will end up to be, in trouble with everybody. When you get, even within the same town, the people are living in different district, different area, they have different way of looking at the thing, different way of behavior, all the things. So acceptance will be, when it is based on, will be the best way to overcome this and live together, inshallah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There is another question. Yes, we are talking about the importance of respecting each other, understanding each other, but the reality out there is very, I would say that not as good as we want to be. There are a lot of biasness, prejudice, all over the world. So I just want to throw this to the panelists. What is the real root cause of this? So that if we understand the root cause, then maybe we can start to talk about how to overcome this problem for the future of education. Okay, so maybe what, Tom?
Is that a question from a scientist? What's the root cause?
Yes.
I think it's difficult to boil it down to one root cause. So I can perhaps give it in the perspective of a humanist, is that all human beings are biased, right? We have bias. Our biases are necessary to help us navigate life. Now, some of our biases we are conscious of, like I may be conscious, I have a bias to a certain types of fashion, or certain types of color, etc. But there's a whole bunch of biases which is unconscious. And they're the ones that trick us up, right? All of us have unconscious bias. And so sometimes when we think about, when I meet somebody, even though I may want to accept them, my humanness, my antenna, registers. What are some of the first things I register when I meet somebody, right? Gender, color, ethnicity, age, ability or disability. These are aspects of diversity that all human beings register when I meet somebody. And then we start talking, I open my mouth, now I have accent, tone of voice, pitch, that helps me categorize, according to Professor, saying, how do I categorize? Now, that's how human beings work, right? We're processing. Is this a friend? Is this an enemy? How do I deal with that? So hence, those things all come into how we filter any form of communication. So I wish there was an easy answer to that.
Faris, can I add on this? I think basically, for my case, I think this is where the idea of human existence, our maqasid, the 5 elements of human existence, become an important platform. In other words, whatever value that comes across my range, I will ask, does it meet the purpose of the maqasid? In other words, does it improve life? Does it protect life? Does it preserve life? If it does, it doesn't matter whose value, it meets that outcome. So you don't have to quarrel where it comes from. And then the other one is about intellect. Does it improve our intellectual capacity? Does it make a better thinking person? If it does, then we accept it. So I think this being judgmental is where we do not know where we are going. And the identity becomes a very narrow identity. It's more for my survival rather than the survival of humanity.
That's correct.
And I think that's where the problem is. Now, when you talk about maqasid, when you talk about these 5 elements of human existence, it's about humanity. And when humanity comes on board, then I think we are less judgmental because we are thinking about a collective thing. This is where I come back to education. While we want to promote that, the education is promoting different things. The education is talking about just you, or I talking about me. So how do you break this? This is where I think it's going to be a systematic change. It has to be an evolution. After all, if you look at this university system now, it comes from the Industrial Revolution. It is a commercialized sort of system that we become now part and parcel of that, economic system, as we talked about. That needs to be broken now, because we have moved past the Industrial Revolution. We have gone into a very different kind of revolution, but the education system still remains the 19th century steam engine kind of a system that I think is already past its best by. So us need to do that by changing those concepts, by changing those understanding, and this is where I think the culture as a diverse sort of platform should come in, part of education, as it were. My thoughts. Thank you.
Okay. Prof. Sano, do you want to add to that? Unmute.
Yes, I'm fully agree with what Tan Sri said and Prof. Tom all say. We agree on that one. We just avoid this judgmental one, and then we can move on. Definitely, it will be possible for the humanity to live once that judgmental is just taken out from their communication with one another. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we move to the next question. Okay, I think we agree that I think we need to revamp or improve our education system, and maybe like Dr. Tom has been conducting many training, coaching many industry. What is, I guess, based on your experience, especially to provide not only theoretical or conceptual training and education, but more on experiential, more on changing the behavior. So in terms of cultural intelligence, Dr. Tom, I mean, based on your experience, what is the best way of, I mean, developing this cultural intelligence among your clients?
Well, I think there's nothing to replace the experiential learning. There's something that comes, from actually being in a place. I think that's always kind of always useful. But the other aspect, so if you think of the 4 aspects of drive, so I'll give you an example. Something that I was coaching a client a couple of years ago. She was being sent from here, Melbourne, to Bangkok on a 2-year assignment. And one of the things that she wanted to do was, this is part of her promotion. So high extrinsic motivation, because this is really important for her career, but her assessment showed that she had low intrinsic motivation. So in my conversation with her, what that showed me was, what that demonstrates is someone with low intrinsic motivation means they don't take the step to actually reach out, to build relationships with people, to get to understand the culture of that place where they are in. And if you're an expat in a country like Thailand, if you don't do that, you won't build relationships. So when I highlighted that for her and then suggested, okay, here are a number of things you can do to actually step out, because she was also much more of an introvert, she had to actually be conscious about taking these steps. And that helped to do that. So that's about definitely being experiential and doing it. Because you can read as much as you want. At the end of the day, nothing gives you the experience of actually being in it.
So meaning that, Tom, there is no shortcut. I mean, this process
no, there
will
is
take
no
time.
shortcut. It's a long-term journey, right? I mean, I talk to a lot of my clients. I've been doing this now for 30 years. I'm amazed at how much I constantly have to learn, right? I tell jokingly about the story. My wife is English. I took her back to Malaysia more than 30 years ago to visit my parents. And of course, as you know, being Indian, growing up in Malaysia, we eat food with our fingers. My wife said to me, okay, to demonstrate cultural sensitivity in your house, I'm going to eat food with my fingers. And I said, yeah, that's a good idea. So I want you to imagine, first meal, my parents, my brothers are there, my sister, we're into 5 minutes into the meal. My wife jabs me in the ribs. I said, what? She said, how do you stop the curry and the yogurt from running down your hands? Right? I said, I don't know. It wasn't happening to me, right? It was, of course, because I'd learned how to do it from a very young age, right? I had learned already how to do it. So, but whereas for her, she had never done that. So, of course, I've learned that's, whole science and art to eating with your fingers, right? So you got to do it properly. Yeah. But, those are just simple things we learn. So even if that's just food, right? So you think about how to use a knife and a fork and the judgment that comes with that. If you've grown up with it, it's easy. But if it's not, it's really kind of challenging. So things that we learn in our culture, how do we do simple things like food, but how do we deal with members of the opposite genders? How do we deal with hierarchy? How do we deal with people who are older than us, younger than us? How do we disagree? These are all unspoken. So whichever culture you're part of, culture is very tacit. You know it in your gut. But when you step out into a different culture, that's when it goes, unless you know which are the rules, I've broken the rules, how do I now recorrect? And here we're talking about national culture. Of course, there's organizational culture. All universities have a culture. Public sector have a culture. Hospitals have a culture. Private organizations have a culture. It's the way we do things around here, according to Edgar Schein, right? The person who wrote a lot about organizational culture. So experiential, no shortcuts, I'm afraid. Sorry.
Okay, thank you, Tom. Maybe for Tan Sri Zul, similar question, but more like, for example, how can we instill this cultural intelligence in our future graduates, future generation?
I begin to think, Faris, we should start education with culture. To me, education is part of culture. Indonesia has got it right. Pendidikan dan kebudayaan. It resonates with one another. You teach and you learn, and culture is about learning. And I think this must go together, you know. But unfortunately, when you talk about culture, it becomes a tourist thing. It's about, you know, about earning incomes and stuff like that. And that's where you compromise, because you want to make money, right? Whatever is right, it's what it is wrong, it is right, because it brings more income. And I think we need to deconstruct this, so that we learn culture, and learning is part and parcel. That's why I feel quite uncomfortable if you separate this. Education is about being human is about being a cultural human being, be a civilized human being, you know. And this is where I think we need to find where our focus is. In Malaysia, we have got our own culture, which is not inferior to somebody else's culture. Doesn't mean if I don't wear a tie today that I am less of a quote unquote of a human being, particularly in a tropical climate. You still need to wear a tie and a three-piece suit. I don't think that culture is my culture. If I go to the UK, fine, I will do that. You know, but why do I need to take this culture in the hot sun and walk as though it is a winter? We need to have that courage and say, no, this is not part of my culture, and therefore I need to dissociate. But I do not look down upon it, but it's just that it is not appropriate during that particular time. Yeah, but this way I think we have compromised so much, because our ability to state whatever that needs to be stated is gone. And I think this is where the failure is in terms of our particularly the Eastern culture. We like to compromise so much that at the end of the day we lose our culture, and therefore we are almost, you know, uncultured. And in fact, the whole idea of colonization, when they colonize us, the basic premise is that we don't have a culture, and therefore we give you a culture. You know, and we willingly accept that culture because we agree we don't have a culture. And that happens in Africa, it happens in Latin America, it happens in Asia, and it's still happening in Malaysia, despite the independence and stuff like that. So this way, I think education becomes important. We need to decolonize it. We need to find out where our focus is, our values are, yeah, which is equivalent to other values. And that's why I talk about the shared human heritage. What happened together is the same thing, doesn't mean that we are inferior to one another. I think this whole idea of being inferior is a product of the present education system. We need to get a pat in the back from somebody up north and say, you are a world-class university. Somebody asked me, are you a world-class university? I asked them, which world are you talking about? Your world and my world is not the same. You know, in my world, you may not be world-class, but that doesn't bother us. We still want to be in their world and be world-class. I think there's something fundamentally wrong in our thinking, and I think that's where education should come into being in time to reconstruct this once again, particularly for IIUM. You know, if IIUM behave like another Oxford, then we don't need IIUM. We might as well call ourselves an Oxford University of the East or the West or the South or whatever it is. We need to find that difference. Okay, thank you.
Okay, good point. Prof. Sano, any take on this?
I would share the same view from Prof. Tan Sri and Prof. Tom. Sometimes you need to live in that environment to get to know more and to know how to appreciate it. But education will come to help you to go about it and help you to manage these differences. For instance, when the culture, as you said, the culture of education, the culture of doing it, the culture is the way that we act or react before anything, before us. So if you see something, how you act, even the gesture of your hand, the gesture of your head and all the things has meaning in any culture. Some of the culture, you say this one means okay, some places they know it's not make it. So getting to know this, it is a very important for all of us, and we will have to work harder to make some kind of this effort. As the Tan Sri insisted, the education will be really helpful to that one, but will not be the whole thing. Something you need to live in it. So you will have more chances when you live with different people, the different culture. Will shorten the task for you. As you are here, you're having the Bosnian, you have Africans, you have American, you have some Asians. So when they live together, they'll get easily. Instead of going to Bosnia, I will get to know what are the culture of the Bosnian, what they do, their likes and unlikes. And sometimes you do not know, you could be offending somebody by a gesture that without knowing that this gesture is something which is not good to be. When you head, you move your head, it is somewhere, it has some different things there. So the sensitivity is there. Then the need of accepting and openness is also there. But that one will all have to do with what we do. As much as we avoid judgmental, will be safer. I mean, when we started to make a judgment, we put ourselves as judges to say what is the best, as Datu mentioned, Tan Sri mentioned it. When the colonial power came to these places, they have in mind that their culture is the best, and everybody will have to forget about their culture to follow their culture in terms of the dress code, in terms of the way of the eat, even the way they talk, the way they behave, everything. They want you really to accept that you have nothing, but you have to follow them. Once you end up to be this, then you will forget about your culture, you forget about your own identity. Then you became a follower to them, and then finally you will have no reference to you. While the cultures are meant to be reference to us. In Malay, Malay culture, when they meet the old man, when they meet the respectful person, how you greet them, how you greet your mom, you greet your dad, how you greet the lay people, and how you do even the Japanese way and all the things. But some of these colonial power, they came to you, they want you to change all of the things all of a sudden. Without any reason. It's just because I'm powerful. I'm in control of what you do. So we'll have to get off these things there. But we believe that with what Dr. Tam mentioned, sometimes it's not an easy job if you don't, especially don't live in it. Most of the politicians, when they go to get to some of the places before they go to any country, we get to know, they read about a lot about the culture, what they are liking, what they are not they're liking, what they should be, the way that they will have to behave themselves accordingly. It's not that you want to neglect your own culture when you accept to respect the others. Even in the religious point of view, when you know the sensitivities of some of the opinions, some of the ideas, we have been recommended to postpone it if it could going to create some kind of some kind of differences, some kind of the difficulties in terms of the relationship with the people, among the people. So we'll have to have in mind that our culture, the budaya need to be respected, need to be appreciated. So your budaya, my budaya, your budaya will have to be accepted and will have to be respectful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Sano. Okay, so the discussion is very interesting, but the time is almost over. We have about like 5 more minutes. So maybe can I just give like 1 or 2 minutes for your conclusion? And maybe in your conclusion, you may say that what you see as success factors in order for us to change the mindset, to revamp the education. So maybe we can start with Dr. Tom, 1 or 2 minutes conclusion.
Yes, well, success factors. I think success factors, would be, one is having a level of humility. So being able to understand and appreciate that I don't know everything there is to know about all the different cultures. I only have my view of the world. How do I keep learning? That's one. 2, definitely in my work with leaders, the world is now changing so fast, or we need to be agile. And part of the secret today is actually we need to unlearn. We need to be quicker at unlearning things rather than just learning. You don't want to just pile things on. So how do I learn to unlearn new things? And I think the third thing is that I would be really looking at, how do I be a citizen who is inclusive? Because everything starts with me, right? Inclusion starts with I, the letter I. How can I be more inclusive? What are some things that I can do? How can I role model all the things I talk about? I think those would be the things that I would talk about. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much. Prof. Sano, your 1-2 minute conclusion.
My conclusion is just like to congratulate you and this is the organizing committee for this very wonderful topic. Very relevant to our reality and needed to be brought forward to talk about so many times. It will be one of the way to help the people to appreciate, to get to know that has to do with their life, has to do with their communication, has to do with their relationship with the others, and has to show also how the importance of the culture. I believe that the culture really is part of our being, our existence, our identity, our personality. You cannot get away from all of these things at all levels. So we need to get to know our own culture at the first time, to know even the meanings of some of the cultures. When you talk about some of these things, you must get to know yourself. In order for you to help to understand. When you know a culture, believe me, you will appreciate. When you appreciate, you will be in peace, and they will accept others. So our budaya need to be respected, to be known, and to be respected. And the education is the means and the tools. We should facilitate that one. I will make it possible. I like to congratulate you for having this kind of session and continue of having it. From there, people will move on, and then we get more people getting to these issues and understanding well, better manner that how to handle it and how to live in peace and in harmony. Our life, our future is common. We have no reason, we have no other choice but to live together, to accept each other, to respect each other, to accept, to walk together, to walk hand in hand, to move forward. So terima kasih banyak, Tan Sri. Terima kasih to you, Prof. Faris. We miss you, all of you, and very, very happy to get to know Prof. Tom. Thank you very much. Assalam to all of you. Okay. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you.
Terima kasih. Bye.
Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Sama-sama. Okay, now Tan Sri, your conclusion.
Well, my conclusion is simple. I think we think of this forum actually because when we look at our mission, IIUM mission, I think Prof. Sano will still remember, mission number 6 talks about intercultural dialogue and understanding, right? And I think it's time for us to work on this, because the many diversity that we talked about, until and unless we know how to dialogue and understand, then this mission will not take place. So this whole idea was basically to learn from people like Tom and the experts. Now, how do you do this in the best way so that we can actually create this rahmatan lil alamin that we talk about? I mean, these are words that have been bandied around, but has no meaning until we practiced it. You know, a mercy to all mankind is a fantastic concept. But if you can't work with your neighbors, you can't stay in the same room with your friend, forget about rahmatan lil alamin. You know, if you see a cat in the campus and you kick the cat, forget about rahmatan lil alamin. And these big words become nonsensical, become hypocritical for a Muslim Islamic university. This is not tolerable. You know, if you say something, you must act it, you must make it real, and you must make sure that it is the way of life that we are subscribing. So I think the university, just for your information, is trying to make this change. When it is siloed, how do you unsilo it? How do you work together? You know, if you think you are the best in the world, how can you be humble enough and say, let's share? You know, I'm not the best in the world. If you think, you know, somebody else, you need to learn from somebody else, why not we learn from them? So this is a big shift in terms of attitude, in terms of, you know, giving, sharing, caring. And all these elements are values that are not in our education system, because our education talks about only something that can be measured. How many A's? How many, you know, percentage and stuff like that? They don't talk about, are you a balanced human person? Do you make you a balanced human person? So it's a big, quote unquote, I think, change that we need to go through. But as has been indicated, we can go through, provided we understand what we are in. And I hope this seminar will give us that indication. It's not the first time. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sano. And thank you for all those who have contributed. This will be another journey for us to make education what it is, post-COVID. I mean, I like Tom's example, a firm handshake. Now with COVID environment, you can't even handshake. What do you do? You will not be able to sell your encyclopedia now. How else can we do this? So I think this is the whole thing that we need to revise and relearn. And at least in our culture, we use namaste, we bow down, and there's no handshake. But somebody say handshake is must. It's a must, and suddenly we handshake. Although for Muslims it's quite difficult when we talk about gender, we force ourselves to because somebody tells us to do it. Now coronavirus say you don't have to. In fact, you'll be penalized if you do it. Not only you don't have to. So this is a change that we need to go through. It's a realization, a reflection, and I hope this webinar will help us to go through those very painful experience, inshallah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum. Take care.
Thank you.
Okay, Waalaikumsalam. Thank you. Tan Sri, I saw that Prof. Sano raised your hand. You want to say something? There is a raise or no? Okay. Okay, so with that wise words,
thank you.
from all the panelists, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of the organization, organizing committee.
I'm just finishing up.
To thank all of the panelists, Professor Tan Sri Zul, Professor Dr. Sano, and also Dr. Tom. So we like, I think it's a very interesting conversation that I think we have started, and we hope, and then there are so many common understanding or common vision that I can see from this conversation. I think we have to build on that so that I think we can improve our system, our education for the future. So thank you very much with that. Now I pass back to the Madam Shahrizat, our Master of Ceremony.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Prof.
Madam?
Thank you. Thank you. Sudah.
All right, thank you, Prof. Faris, for moderating the session. 1.5 hours session well spent. All right, so our appreciation also goes to all the panelists.
2 hours.
2 hours, there you go. But we still actually want more. Okay, all right. So again, our appreciation also goes to all the panelists, Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, and quoting you, Tan Sri, everything must start with culture, and that is why we are all here. Yeah, and also to Prof. Datuk Dr. Kutub Sano Kutub. I always known you as Prof. Sano, by the way. So Dr. Kutub Sano, it is good to see you back again here.
Thank you very much.
Even though that we are actually apart, yeah. And Dr. Tom Varghese, our Malaysian-born scholar in CQ. Okay. Dr. Tom seems to have created his own fan here, but he's no more on the platform. By the way, well, we are all indeed honored to have all of you with us. All right, thank you very much. So it is a wrap for our morning session for the international webinar, Cultural Intelligence Towards Promoting Institutional Excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, our valued participants, we are going to have our lunch break, and we will be back at 2 p.m. local time, and it's about an hour from now. Yeah. So see you later. Inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Sano. Where are you today?
I wanted to tell you, but you would have been. Hello. Do you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
I left Jakarta yesterday night. Our flight was delayed. I am stuck in Qatar, Doha.
Right.
So I'm talking to you from this place without knowing that they would have. I thought I would be in Jeddah this morning, but our flight was delayed for 3 to 4 hours. So I'm in Doha right now. We're moving 5-6 hours to Jeddah, inshallah.
Okay, safe trip.
Safe trip to you too. We're looking forward to seeing you all. That's Tan Sri and Prof. Haris. Please, when you are in Jeddah, let me know.
Yeah.
Inshallah.
Okay.
So thank you so much. Thank you for everything. It's very successful.
Have a nice flight. Have a nice flight. Yeah.
Thank you.
Assalamualaikum.
Walaikum salam. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Walaikum salam. Thank you. Bye. Bye.
Africa. Share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason. We shall excel, we shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we, the Khalifa, we will fulfill the expand the culture of Ikra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. Together we make the world a better place forever. Expand the culture of Ikra.
Perintah kawalan pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah kawalan pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia IIUM menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka. Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan IIUM di Pantai Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Yang kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this, when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022, and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah that is entrusted to us, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. IIUM has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, offering nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. IIUM is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, making it a conducive environment for study. KIRKHS is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and reveal knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development, or CELPAD, and IIUM Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Recitation of Dua houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization and Malay World, or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization and Malay world through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley surrounded by large greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing sciences, and dentistry courses. The IIUM Medical Center in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land, equipped with 350 beds for patients and supported by more than 133 specialists. The IIUM Medical Center also includes the development of an undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary level center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is a Center for Foundation Studies, which is located in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. The population of IIUM is about 26,000 students, 20,000 undergraduates, and 6,000 postgraduates coming from 117 countries. To date, IIUM has 91,267 alumni. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution, one of it to serve the Muslim Ummah. IIUM, leading the way. Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all. Let's lead the way, lighten the future, share the wisdom to the spirit of Islam. Revelation and reason shall excel, shall prevail. Merging faith and knowledge, we, the Khalifa, we will fulfill the amanah. Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. Together, we make the world a better place. Forever, expand the culture of Iqra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all worlds, for all
And I would like to contextualize this meeting today is what we call celebrating IIUM 2020.
Hari ini, Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan dilaksana di seluruh negara bagi mengekang penularan COVID-19.
Perintah Kawalan Pergerakan mulai 18 Mac 2020 iaitu lusa hingga 31 Mac 2020 di seluruh negara.
Let me reassure you, as far as I am concerned, the situation in the university is well under control.
Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia (IIUM) menghasilkan prototipe robot yang boleh membantu doktor berdepan dengan pesakit dengan membuat saringan dari jarak jauh. Robot yang diberi nama Medibot dibangunkan pakar robotik kuliah kejuruteraan dan kuliah teknologi maklumat komunikasi. Dilengkapi alat kawalan jauh bervisual, doktor berinteraksi dengan pesakit tanpa perlu bersemuka.
Pasukan khas ini terdiri daripada pencarah, pentadbir dan pelajar yang tinggal dan menginap di kampus Gombak. PPE yang dihasilkan akan dihantar ke Pusat Perubatan IIUM di Kuantan Pahang dan lain-lain hospital yang akan dikenalpasti oleh Malaysian Relief Agency MRA.
Sementara itu, Universiti Islam Antarabangsa Malaysia IIUM mencatat sejarah sebagai institusi pengajian tinggi pertama di negara ini tersenarai sebagai finalis untuk 2 penganugerahan lestari antarabangsa. 2 anugerah itu adalah anugerah Green Gown antarabangsa dalam kategori institusi lestari terbaik dunia dan anugerah memanfaatkan masyarakat menerusi program Light.
Stereotype image of Islam and Muslims in the world.
Anugerah ini merupakan pengiktirafan bagi universiti untuk membuat satu perubahan atas kepakaran yang telah diiktiraf oleh bangsa-bangsa bersatu dalam hal ini.
Kami hasilkan atau kit kami ialah satu kit pantas atau kita panggil rapid test kit menggunakan teknologi iaitu nanoteknologi.
Thank you once again, and I look forward to working with you closely for the year 21, 22 and beyond, and I hope we can come together in a more cohesive way after this when we start looking at the roadmap 2021 to 2022 and also taking other initiatives like the Sejahtera Academic Framework and other things that will come by as we move forward in trying to understand what the future will be like.
Selamat datang, ahlan wa sahlan. Welcome to the International Islamic University Malaysia, or IIUM, your garden of knowledge and virtue. IIUM was established on the 20th of May 1983. The philosophy of the university was inspired by the spirit of Tawhid, leading towards the recognition of Allah as the absolute creator and master of mankind. IIUM triumphs to lead the way to become the Khalifah of Allah, to expand the culture of Iqra, to fulfill the amanah that is entrusted to us, and to realize the meaning of Rahmatan lil Alamin. IIUM has several campuses spread across several states of Malaysia, offering nearly 200 academic programs in 17 kuliahs and institutes. The main campus is in Gombak, Selangor, covering 700 acres, beautiful architecture with elegant Islamic style buildings. IIUM is blessed with majestic green forested limestone hills and a cool calming river, nature's wonders of flora and fauna, making it a conducive environment for study. KIRKHS is the largest kuliah in the university with more than 5,000 students. It was formed to integrate human sciences and reveal knowledge disciplines. The kuliah offers courses that bridge the divide between Islamic and secular sciences. Other kuliah of IIUM in Gombak campus are Kuliah of Economics and Management Sciences, Ahmad Ibrahim Kuliah of Laws, Kuliah of Engineering, Kuliah of Architecture and Environmental Design, Kuliah of Information and Communication Technology, Kuliah of Education, Center for Languages and Pre-University Academic Development or CELPAD, and IIUM Academy of Graduate and Professional Studies. The campus offers complete range of facilities, including on-campus housing, a mosque, 2 state-of-the-art sports complexes with Olympic-sized swimming pools, a fully equipped library with more than 2 million printed and digital materials supported by online databases, a medical clinic, convenience stores, a post office, and 3 Malaysian commercial banks. The Kuala Lumpur campus at Persiaran Duta houses the International Institute of Islamic Civilization and Malay World, or ISTAC. ISTAC aims to proliferate studies on Islamic civilization and Malay world through learning, research, and exchange ideas and knowledge. The Kuantan campus is located on 1,000 acres of land, just like a garden within a valley surrounded by large greenery. This campus is well equipped with state-of-the-art technology for teaching and learning that offers medical science, pharmacy, allied health sciences, nursing, sciences, and dentistry courses. The IIUM Medical Center in Kuantan was built on 27.8 acres of land, equipped with 350 beds for patients and supported by more than 133 specialists. The IIUM Medical Center also includes the development of an undergraduate and postgraduate teaching hospital and tertiary level center, complementing the medical and allied health faculty provisions. Another IIUM campus, which is situated in the state of Pahang, is a center for foundation studies, which is located in Gambang. The Pago campus in Johor houses the Kuliah of Languages and Management, or KLM. The population of IIUM is about 26,000 students, 20,000 undergraduates, and 6,000 postgraduates coming from 117 countries. To date, IIUM has 91,257 alumni. IIUM will continue to be competitive in its mission to make Malaysia a global center of excellence for tertiary education. It will also continue to make significant contribution, one of it to serve the Muslim Ummah. IIUM, leading the way, Khalifah, Amanah, Iqra, Rahmatan lil Alamin.
Expand the culture of Iqra. IIUM is to realize the meaning of mercy to all.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, our valid participants, welcome back. We have now over 250 participants and viewers online. Thank you for staying with us. Let's move on to the third forum. The forum entitled Effective Communication Through Cultural Intelligence. The moderator of this session is Prof. Dr. Rahma Ahmed Osman from the Kuliya of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and the Human Sciences, IIUM, Malaysia. Let me briefly introduce Prof. Rahma before heading the platform to her. Prof. Rahma is a professor of Arabic literature at the Department of Arabic Language and Literature, KAR, KHS, IIUM. She obtained her bachelor degree with the honors from Al-Azhar University, Egypt, master's from University of Jordan, and PhD from SOAS University of London. She is the recipient of 9 international grants from Dakirat Oman, the International Institute of Islamic Thought, IIIT, USA, and Hayrat Foundation collectively. Prof. Rahma has published widely in the area of literary studies and received various awards for her outstanding research and innovation. She has also held several academic administrative posts in IIUM and the Ministry of Higher Education, Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Prof. Dr. Rahma Ahmed Uthman. فلتتفضل مشكورة.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. And a very good afternoon and a blessed afternoon to everyone. Honorable President of IIUM, Datuk Dr. Muhammad Daud Bakar, Honorable Professor Emeritus Tan Sri Datuk Zulkifli Abdul Razak, Director of the International Islamic University, Malaysia, honorable guests, distinguished speakers and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure and honor to be moderating this session. We are joined by extremely prominent speakers. But before I introduce our esteemed speakers, allow me to just give an introduction on this session. As we know, culture has an important bearing on the way people communicate. In the globalized world, a culturally diverse work environment has become a norm rather than an exception, as organizations today are bound to deal with regional, national, and local differences among the employees, shareholders, and clients. This in turn demands the organizational leaders to possess effective communication as a strategy to provide appropriate leadership in a multicultural context. Therefore, cultural intelligence, or CQ, is an important construct that attracts growing attention in cross-cultural competencies, communication effectiveness, and job satisfaction. With CQ skills, organizational leaders demonstrate behavioral flexibility and motivation to engage with associates of different culture backgrounds. Besides that, they also aspire other leaders in their organizations to be culturally sensitive to avoid miscommunication to ensure organizational success. All in all, cultural intelligence plays a vital role in defining effective communication. We have 3 prominent scholars, as I mentioned earlier. Allow me to begin with our own Professor Datuk Sri Dr. Said Arabi Aidid. Professor Datuk Sri Dr. Said Arabi Aidid was our IUM's 4th rector from 2016 until 2011. He is a professor in the Department of Communication, Kuliya of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences. He is currently the holder of Ibn Khaldun Chair at the Kuliya of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences. Before holding the post of director, he was the Dean of the Research Management Center of IIUM. And before joining IIUM, Datuk Sri was at the University Kebangsaan, Malaysia, UKM for 22 years. He was a reporter with Bernama from 1968 to 1971. At UKM, he was the head of Department of Communication and later became Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences. He was an adjunct professor at the School of Media and Communication Studies, Faculty of Social Sciences and Humanities, UKM from February 2013 until February 2015. Professor Datuk Syed Arabi Aidid is a member of the Board of Directors and the Asian Media Information and Communication Center, AMIC, a founding member of the Asian Network for Public Opinion Research, and a member of the World Public Opinion Research Association and International Communication Association. He was the president of Commonwealth Association for Education in Journalism and Communication. He was once also the president of the Malaysian Communication Association and the president of the Institute of Public Relations Malaysia, IPRM. He was also a judge for several years in selecting the best journalists organized by the Malaysian Press Institute. Professor Arabi Aidid has conducted several public opinion studies. His interests include conducting public opinion studies, public relations, and international communication. Our second speaker is Datuk Sri Dr. Anwar Fazal. Datuk Sri Anwar is a leading international civil society person who has contributed much to our society in areas of consumer health, environment, human rights, and social ethics. Deeply concerned about the social injustices, especially those unconscionable marketing practices by the transnational corporations in developing countries. He has strived to and has succeeded in bringing these to international attention way back in the 1970s. Datuk Sri Dr. Anwar Fazal is the recipient of several awards and recognition both at home and internationally. At home, Datuk Sri is the recipient of Honorary Doctorate in Law from University Kebangsaan Malaysia and the Honorary Doctorate in Philosophy from University Science Malaysia in Penang, which is his home state. He was awarded the Consumer Activist of the Year Award by his home state in 1993 and by the Government of Malaysia in 2007. Our third speaker is His Excellency Dr. Makio Miyagawa. His Excellency is a former ambassador of Japan to Malaysia. Currently, he is the president of Asia Pacific Initiative Forum and a senior fellow. Prior to that, His Excellency was the Director General for the Middle Eastern and African Affairs Bureau, Ambassador, Special Representative for Afghanistan and Pakistan, Ambassador in charge of Japan-US Nuclear Energy Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Director General for Disarmament, Non-Proliferation and Science Department, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Deputy Director General for Global Issues, Climate Change Negotiations, Ambassador, Deputy Permanent Representative of Japan to the Permanent Mission of Japan to the United Nations Office and the other international organizations in Geneva, and Consul General of Japan in Geneva from 2007 to 2009. His Excellency was also the Director of the Japan Institute of International Affairs. Between 2004 to 2007, His Excellency holds a PhD in International Relations and Law from Oxford University, UK. In 2014, His Excellency was awarded Commandeur de l'Ordre National du Mérite, France, on the 21st of February 2014. And recently, His Excellency was appointed as a member of the International Islamic University of Malaysia's Board of Governors. His Excellency also authored 2 books, Dual Economic Sanctions Work, Macmillan, London, 1992, Seisai in 1992, and also translated Dome no Kingaku, a Japanese translation of Anglo-American Defense Relations, 1939 to 1984. Without further ado, I will start with Datuk Sri Said Arabi Aidit here, Datuk Sri. Datuk Sri, communication is pertinent in sustaining the cultural balance in a multicultural society such as Malaysia. Racial slurs, however, are unstoppable in the media. In Datuk Sri's opinion, is cultural intelligence able to restrain and circumvent this negativity?
Okay, communication is a very broad concept, We're talking about interpersonal communication. We're also talking about communication, mediated communication. Communication that is messages being carried through the mass media. And when we talk about the mass media, again, we have to divide between the traditional media and the social media. Now, in the past, it was quite normal for information to be received from interpersonal communication and also from what we will now call the traditional communication. But in today's society, you find that you will not be able to get far if you don't have access to the social media. So you do find that you need to understand the functions and role of the new media as compared to the functions and role of the traditional media. Now, as I think was brought up in the first panel today, would there be a generation cultural gap between people of older age compared to your youngsters? Would there be a cultural gap? I think this gap is going to be widened because youngsters are armed with knowledge and access to the social media. And the senior citizens are not able to champion or to use the traditional media. So the young people have new access to social media, new information, and latest information. But perhaps the latest information may not be true, may not be credible at all. But the young are situated in a position where they would believe. And this is the new culture that we have to face. We have to face the new culture of the fake news. We have to face the culture of the entertainment news, for example. So in the environment of the new culture, in the environment of the communication culture right now, you're going to see differences in how people communicate with one another, and how not only within society, but in how people would communicate with societies outside. So this is a fun question that you have asked, but we have to look at the role of the social media as we think or we discuss about the role of communication as a whole in our society.
Thank you, Datuk Sri. I believe that Datuk Sri has some slides to share with us.
I do have some slides because I would like, if you can give me a few minutes over and above the others, I'd like to bring some slides.
Yes, please.
I like to speak about when we talk about culture in a stable culture, we're talking about communicating culture. But when I'm talking here about when culture is being threatened from outside, that culture is going to communicate itself with others. So let me talk about the cultural intelligence. Cultural intelligence was I think, introduced by earlier than Ang in 2003 with 4 dimensions: strategy, knowledge, motivation, and behavior. And it's very useful for people to know about this cultural intelligence as an academic subject. They do research, because from that research, they get their findings, and that helps the institutions and associations, members of the institutions and associations, to understand the culture, the other culture of their employees. Next. So, cultural intelligence is the ability to deal with people of different culture in different cultural settings. This is what we have been told about cultural intelligence. Next. But what happens when society is in the grip of uncertainty? When society is under external threat, under external danger, what would be the response? This is where I think cultural intelligence has limited itself to the study of cultural sensitivity during the period of stability. Now we're looking at the period of uncertainty when society is faced with external threats. Next, please. So when societies are faced with external threat, citizens of different backgrounds will normally come together by pooling the resources and efforts to guard against that common external enemy. What we know, what we're going to see is there is a cultural resilience happening at a global level now, or cultural resilience at the national level protect citizens in the country when we are facing with a pandemic. Right, next. So the community has to adapt itself to cope with negative events. And this is what I would call the cultural resilience. And as I did mention in my opening remarks, culture is a manifestation of the communication system. Next. So what are the dimensions of cultural resilience? I put there 3 different cultures. Cultural intelligence has 4. We'll take it 3. 1 is the institutional trust. 2 is the community trust. And the 3rd dimension is the cooperation among members in society. So what do you mean? What are the components in these various dimensions that we talk about? I'll look at the next slide. So in the institutional trust, there's 1 dimension. We see trust in government. We see trust in the religious institution. We see trust in the teaching institution. We see trust in the medical institution. We see trust in the security, and we see so many other trusts. And trust in these all institutions are very important if society is to exist in a period of uncertainty. So we need to have trust in government. We need to trust our religious institutions. We need to trust our medical fraternity or sorority. We need also to trust our security personnel. Component number 2 is the community trust. How much trust do we have in our parents? How much trust do we have in our neighbors? How much trust do we have in our community? how much trust do you have in our friends, in our siblings? Because these are the people who will give us the confidence, and at the same time, these are the people that we fall on when we need their help, when we face uncertainty. The next component, the cooperation among members of society, is that when we are faced with uncertainty, when we are faced with danger, there are certain instructions for us to do. When, for example, we faced 1948, 1960, first emergency, we were told to observe the curfew. We were told to limit the transmission of food. But under the present pandemic, we are told for our own well-being and for the well-being of society, wear your mask, wash your hands, maintain social or physical distance. These are important for the well-being of members of society at the same time as members of society as a whole. So next slide. So in cultural resilience, the community must be closely linked. There must be friendship, bond, willingness to help one another. Members must be able to communicate with one another. There is no build-up hierarchy because we are all facing an external danger. So I would like to look at the three dimensions that I've talked about and particularly give some of our findings. And we asked in our several surveys that we have done. I would like to take the findings from our surveys. At the same time, I also like to take findings from Gallup polls and Pew International so that they will be able to support my findings about the cultural resilience that we have in our society right now. Next, please. So when we face with external threats, for example, crises, diseases, COVID-19, security and all, these are external threats to our own society. That makes our bonding very close. And when we are faced with external threat, there is an automatic communication telling us that high members of society who are now faced with an external threat, you better create a resilience among yourself, failure in which the whole society will collapse. So next slide, please. So I just want to establish the fact that we are now faced with a pandemic. The pandemic began in December 2009, Wuhan. Everybody thought it was a small flu. And I think the American would say by summer, when the weather is hot, the flu will go away and everybody will come back to the senses. Everybody will be safe and sound. But the COVID-19 continued for the whole of 2020, and even now it is with us, and we're not sure whether they will go off in 2021 or still continue in 2022. We hope they will not stay because they are not welcome by all of us. I show this is figures and graphs to show you how it has spread, not only in Malaysia, but in Taiwan, Australia, Austria, and everything. Show you that we are not the only country that is facing an external threat. I would say the whole world is faced with a common external threat. Next. To make it obvious, 11 June 2020, US had 33 million confirmed cases, more than 500,000 deaths. India, 29 million, Brazil, 17 million, Japan, Your Excellency, 770,000 confirmed cases, 18,000 deaths. Malaysia, we still slightly above 500,000, with 3,600. In other words, these figures are still rising, and that makes the danger more dangerous, I would say. Next. So it has not impact only on our health, it also have an impact on the employment, on our mental well-being, yeah, on our social well-being. The unemployment reached 14.8% in US, highest since 1948. And it hurt most the minorities and the women. Next. In Malaysia again, the Department of Statistics mentioned that in May 2020, we had unemployment rate of 5.3%, is the highest in more than 3 decades. So you can see unemployment behind, and it has negative consequences on those unemployed individuals and individuals who have families. Next. So there are various surveys conducted by Gallup, Pew, and etc., both in globally and also in Africa, in the Middle East, to show the impact of this COVID-19, and at the same time to show how people have responded. And this is the beauty thing of it. People have responded. They have not said, we surrender to you. They have surrendered to you. So next slide. So in one of our polling we did, we just finished this in June. We had one in April, another one now in June. We had all in 4 online surveys, 3 face-to-face surveys from 1920 to 21. I'm just selecting some of the pertinent findings. In June, 93% said they were worried that their family or they themselves would be affected by that. When we asked this in April, this percentage was not that high. So we thought at that time it will not be a long-lasting pandemic. The second question was, are you prepared to sacrifice some of your liberties? I think 96% say, yes, we are prepared to sacrifice some of our liberties so that we can help fight the spread of COVID-19. Next. Do people fear COVID-19? 95% said COVID-19 can spread in Malaysia. 55% in June said old people and children will be affected. Or this percentage of young and old will be affected is much higher in April. But I think now with vaccination and whatnot, it's not only the old people and the young people, everybody is now susceptible to the attack by this pandemic. Yeah? And do you agree on the way the campaign on COVID-19 has been conducted in Malaysia? 98% said they agree on the imposition of MCO and whatnot, PKP and whatnot. So next one. So coming back to trust institutions, 3 of the components I talked about, that we can see how the 3 components make up for this cultural resilience that I talked about. Next. So how much trust do you have in the government? 99%. Not on the government per se, but on the actions taken by the government in preventing the spread of COVID-19. 99% now, June said they have support the government, actions of the government. On the medical team, 100% support of frontliners. Yeah, 100%. This percentage was not high in April. I think it was about, not high means 89 to 90%. But as months go by, people have more confidence in our Malaysian medical team. And at the same time, I should also mention a very high confidence in our security, the police and the military, as they are also regarded as the frontliners. Next, I want to go fast. We go now to community trust. I just pick up only trust institution, just a few. Community trust. How much trust do you have in next? In your neighborhood, in your friends, in your family members, in your religious teachers? It's very high. Among family members, I think it's very high. People find comfort to go back with their loved ones, with their families. And 83% with their friends, 84% with the religious teachers. Teachers mean the ulama, religious teachers in Christian faith, the Buddhist faith, etc. Asking a general question. Everybody find comfort to be in religion again. And everybody think that the neighborhood friends are good, that they can fall on. So faith in the community is very high. How about the community itself? Community friendship together. Next. So you can see this kita jaga kita, not jaga kereta, kita jaga kita. 100% say, yeah, I do agree, I do maintain social distancing or physical distancing. Very obedient society. When you compare it with US or Europe, it's not that high. But Malaysians are very compliant society. We are very obedient. We know that it's in the best interest of ourselves to maintain to maintain physical distancing. 99% we clean our hands regularly, and 98% we wear masks when appearing in public places. I'm not wearing masks because I'm working from home. So these are things that and you can see they have taken this from Majlis Agama Ampang Jaya. This is example of volunteerism spreading in all sectors of society, at all levels of society. People will go out to help others in distress. I think when society as a whole is in distress, we find sectors in society, we find individuals in society, we find associations in society coming to help one another. So kita jaga kita is very, very appropriate. Okay, next few more and I'll be done. So what is the impact? I think Dr. Asma Abdullah asked this morning, what's the impact? This is the impact we got from April. Impact from April is that people, 97% appreciate the time spent with the family. Lockdown, we have nowhere else to go. 96% say appreciate the value of religion. 88% say I learned something new today, cooking, singing, drawing. And 92% say I begin to know a new way of life, online learning. People begin, I started learning online. And webinar for all of us is something new that we have to learn under a lockdown. So next. So on the whole, this is the impact that we have. I'm not saying that it's all positive because there are 44% say boring. It's boring to stay at home. I'm worried for myself and family. I am depressed, I'm worried about the savings of my family. But there are also positive areas that we have to look for given the effect of this lockdown. So next. So cultural resilience sees society in collectivity. There is little individualism. You take Hofstede's society where you talk about individualism and collectivity. In cultural resilience, when culture is being attacked, there is always this collectivity. Within cultural resilience, society is mobilized to help one another, to help sectors in society, and also the last, to be trustful of the institution that they have in society. Next one. So with that, Dr. Rama, thank you. When I say thank you very much, I mean to say I will have to sit down. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. Tremendous research input. As we always say, the data does not lie. Now we would like to move to our second speaker, Datuk Sri Dr. Anwar Fazal. Apa khabar, Datuk Sri?
Thank you so much. Citizens of the universe, children of Mother Earth, brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum. Peace be on all of you. Peace with yourselves, peace with other people, and peace with Mother Earth. I'd like to share with you some experiences in this field of cultural intelligence that I think will be useful lessons for someone who's been living in a very multicultural world, has traveled for the last 60 years to most of the continents of the world, and most of the peoples of the world have been met and chatted with. I'd like to start by just sharing a little story. I remember the time in our house when I told my daughter we are going to buy a color TV. And that's great news. And she was reflecting, and then he said, Daddy, aren't black and white also colors? And I was just amazed of how thinking sometimes and communications and naming of things gets so in a way prejudiced towards a certain way that we very often capture people just by the word color, and forget the core ingredients of color schemes. There was another time, this was 60 years ago, when I made my first trip. It was to Canada, this country which had some very sad stories that we learned to earlier. I went to Quebec, and I, as a part of the Commonwealth, of course, I did not need a visa. When I checked, the travel agent says, no worry. But it happened that my planes stopped in the United States. They stopped in Hawaii, and they checked my passport, and they said, where's your visa? I said, I don't need a visa. I'm not going to the States. I'm going to Canada. Oh, they said, you must have a visa because you're stopping in Los Angeles and you're stopping in Chicago. So they said, well, you will have to be taken care of. And they spoke to the airline, and the airline then took charge of me and did not allow me to leave the plane until everybody had landed. And then only took me out and put me in their room. And then when everybody had boarded, they took me back onto the plane. They did give me a cup of coffee too. I felt a little bit as a VIP, although being discriminated for just not having a visa to that country when I'm going to another country. The same happened in Chicago. I was again sort of locked down in the airline's office. I had to wait until everybody got off and then wait until everybody got on. So I was a little late. I went out a short while because Chicago had a big shopping mall for the first time in history of that kind of airport shopping mall culture. That was just the beginning. They rushed me very quickly and gave me back my passport. But I found in the passport itself a slip of paper, which has amused me ever since. And this is that it said that alien to be detained during transit and to be removed via carrier, so and so. My God, lots of us didn't believe in aliens. And here I had actually proof that I am an alien. That countries were making you aliens, and you can see the kind of mindset and discrimination in a way, and prejudice in terms of even language in that. I just mentioned these stories because all these little things are part of the landscape, you can say, of how we live our lives, the complications of our lives. I was invited to Costa Rica some 20 years ago for a conference about the China, that was 2 decades ago, and what next? Yeah, and I went there and I was thinking, what do they know about China? Yeah? And they had they think of communism, and now they're thinking of China moving into capitalism, or a kind of hybrid. Yeah? So I decided I will show them a few things. And one of the first things that I showed them was to teach them a Chinese word. And this Chinese word is ting, T-I-N-G. And ting means listen. And what is interesting is that the word consists of 3 things. It consists of an ear, it consists of a window, which means the eye, and it consists of the heart. And to show that a simple word like listen has these 3 powerful elements in it, because one of the biggest problems
Datuk Sri, we're losing your voice.
Intelligence. All amazed, they all wanted copies of this one word, which they feel was very special. The other thing,
Datuk Sri?
Unmuted.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
yes.
But your voice was, yeah.
I
We
know.
could not hear you earlier on.
So
Yeah.
soft.
No, I think the bandwidth, there's
Earlier
something
now.
wrong.
Are you okay now?
Yeah, no, much better now.
Is it clear now?
Yes, yes.
Is it clear now?
Better, Anwar. Go ahead.
Very clear now. This is referred to. But I told them the history of this symbol. They thought it's just an artistic piece. And I said that this symbol is a scientific symbol. And it's a scientific symbol and reflects a pole put in the earth, and the movement of the sun and the earth as they oscillate.
We've lost you again, Datuk Sri. Okay, I'm sorry for that. There seems to be a major problem with the bandwidth of Datuk Sri, Dr. Anwar. We will come back to him. Let's move on. His Excellency, Dr. Makio Miyagawa.
You can't hear me just now?
Yeah, we lost you just now.
You lost me just now.
Yeah, we lost you totally. Yeah.
No, so
We
you
can
do
we
now?
get
You want
can we get back to you in a while, Dr. Sri?
Yes, maybe I will move to a different location.
Yeah.
You think is
Yeah.
there a problem with the internet?
Yes, low connect.
Is there a problem with the
Yeah.
internet?
It shows here
It's the
low
connectivity, perhaps.
connectivity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay then. Yes. So give me 5 or so minutes, and
Yeah. In the meantime,
I'll come back.
let's move on.
Maybe
Yeah.
I will get to the end. No hurry.
Right, that's
Apologies.
excellent.
Apologies.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's move on to the Honorable His Excellency Dr. Makio Miyagawa.
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, very clearly.
As I am in the National Security Council room,
Yeah.
if I turn on the video, then I have to sacrifice my voice.
It's okay. I think it's understandable. I think,
face.
yeah, it's okay.
Thank you.
Do you have slides to share with us? No?
I'm afraid not.
Okay.
So I should speak to you from Tokyo. Thank you very much for the kind invitation to this session. And it is very nice to be part of the activities of IIUM. And I now feel as if I were back in Malaysia, which I have already missed so badly over the last 15 months. But it's so nice to be part of the activities. As a non-academic person at the moment, I must confess that my scholastic knowledge on this subject is very limited. Do you hear me still? Hello?
Yes, very clearly.
Yes.
Okay.
Well and good.
Continue.
Yeah.
All I could contribute in the short preparation period is to present to you my humble thoughts out of my experiences in diplomacy relating to this theme, and to express expectations to International Islamic University of Malaysia to impart cultural intelligence to those who study in it for the peace and prosperity in the future of mankind. Cultural intelligence is a term that has begun to be widely and frequently emphasized in recent years. It seems to mean the ability to communicate smoothly across cultural differences, the ability or a skill which is nowadays required for leaders active in globally operating institutions, political, industrial, or educational. But generally speaking, higher education institutions such as IIUM universities have been expected to help students to build their knowledge in various academic areas, to assist them to develop their ability to handle complex intellectual tasks, and to guide them to increase their capability to make significant contributions in the real world. However, in recent years, in addition to the above-mentioned comprehensions, strengthening of cultural intelligence may become one of the major pillars of improving students' capabilities in such higher education institutions, as with the corporate activities expanding the world market year after year, global companies are dealing and forming corporations with business people with various different cultural backgrounds. And consequently, the development of such ability, that means you see, cultural intelligence, has become an indispensable subject of education worldwide. You see, even so, interestingly, while the need to strengthen cultural intelligence capabilities is beginning to be widely recognized recently, cultural differences themselves around the world have tended to shrink gradually for the last half a century, with the rapid development of transportation and communications method. So the gaps amongst the societies around the whole world are getting smaller, at least it seems so, generally speaking, and the robust globalization trend progressing around the world over the past 20 years has, in particular, spurred this momentum of what can be termed as a level playing fielding trend, if I may. However, things are not so easy because cultural foundations have been created for centuries, deeply rooted in people's hearts and remain fixed in their lives. The task of filling the gaps has by no means become an easy task. And particularly the culture of each country has been cultivated for generations over generations in the long history of mankind, even stretching back to a mythological era. Overcoming the differences, bridging the gaps amongst societies has never ever become possible overnight, and even taking centuries. Well, although the unit of a society in discussing cultural differences is not limited to a country, from my own experience as a diplomat, cultural differences amongst nations are often a very serious concern. For diplomats, the development of cultural intelligence capabilities has not been a new theme, but has been one of the key agenda for centuries. Our life, a diplomat's life, is almost always in foreign countries with different culture and solving problems that arise with people with unknown values, seeking ways of cooperation with them, and through such cooperation, pursuing greater prosperity and benefits for both countries have been our daily challenges and tasks. But these involved in diplomacy, those involved in diplomacy, learn and understand the following positive and negative side of cultural diversities from our experiences. Let me start with the positive side. Culture forms the basis of the values of people who live in the society uphold. A society tends to be monolithic without encountering heterogeneous phenomena. So cultural differences among societies could provide the whole world with a positive effect for the enrichment of civilization by giving opportunities for societies to meet unknown intelligence and to gain diversities. The meeting with a different set of values could offer divergencies and furnish fresh joy of encountering new concepts. So many nations have entertained mixing with different cultures and values of overseas and made use of the opportunities for enrichment of its own in science, technology, arts, politics, a variety of areas. Well, last week, just one small example. Last week, I attended a small gathering in an art gallery in Tokyo, exhibiting paintings of 200 years ago. One of the paintings is very well known. I often used it to introduce my country. This is a painting, an old famous print picture, which depicts a tiny Mount Fuji in the distance, in the middle of the frame. with fishermen steering wooden boats to and fro on the sea with high waves. I think many in Malaysia have seen a copy of this photograph of this painting. But this painting was drawn in the middle of 19th century by one famous Japanese painter of Edo period, but well, good in composition as a perspective. His paintings were introduced to Europe through members of Dutch trading house in Nagasaki for commercial transactions. These prints and paintings of Japanese painters, including his, initiated a movement in Europe called Japonism, and has influenced styles of Eduardo Monet, Claude Monet, Pierre-Auguste Renoir, Paul Cézanne, and a variety of very famous artists in Europe. But this is a very happy, positive example of cross-culture mixture. But at the same time, there are, however, many incidents in the world history which we witnessed a number of cases, very negative problems, imposing negative consequences upon human beings. And some of them have led to conflicts among societies, and particularly shaking the relations of nations. And some of those problems have become irreconcilable due to the differences in values. A prime example is, of course, cultural differences based on religion. This religion is a very serious problem, and many of the problems we diplomats have faced, witnessed, have their origin of these conflicts in religions in some way or other, and their solution often takes more than a century. The confrontation between Christendom and Islamic world spanned centuries, and some of those conflicts still continue, showing no signs of reconciliation, but rather to the contrary, fiercely sharpening. As these cases demonstrate, when conflicts about culture and values involve religions and are based upon different religious beliefs, the confrontation have tended to become horribly bloody. It is, I believe, quite religiously ironic, as I believe the gods, whoever it is, are supposed to give peace and happiness to all human beings, now seem to drive their devout believers to battlefields. And recent fierce battle between Israelis and Palestinians is one of the prime example. And I visited Jerusalem quite often when I was the Director General of the Middle East, and found very interesting locations. Jerusalem depicts such conflicts most eloquently. On the plateau of the Wailing Wall, where the Jewish citizens pray, there stands the Al-Aqsa Mosque, only hundreds of meters away from the wall, and Muslim people believe the stone, Muslim people believe the stone placed underneath the mosque remains a trace of a hoof of the horse that Muhammad was riding, giving the last kick when he ascended to the heaven. Again, hundreds meters away from both places lies the Golgotha Hill, where Christians believe that Christ was crucified. Despite or because of the geographical closeness, possible frequent communications have over centuries intensified the confrontation rather than helping them to reconcile each other. And all three places have the immensely valuable religious importance to believers of any one of these three religions. So if any of them should be damaged or even destroyed, the whole world will not remain stable as it is. So as to whether reconciliation among those opposing religious groups is possible, I am highly pessimistic at this moment out of my experience in the diplomacy. I should lastly refer to one effort made by a Japanese head of the religions in 1987, inviting prominent leaders of various religions from all around the world who assembled to start off a religious summit meeting, they call, and this gathering have continued ever since then for over 30 years. At the 30th summit meeting, which was held 3 years ago, they issued a statement, quote, "We," that means the leaders, "as representatives of religions on this planet, cannot tolerate any form of violence under the name of religions, nor under any circumstances. We shall not be insensitive about the backgrounds of the radicalism that has been gaining power these days." Well, this is one of those efforts made by the leaders of world religious groups, and we hope this would lead us and guide us to reconciliation, happy reconciliation of those religious groups, and the gods or God would give us a real peace and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. I would like, I'm pleased to move on to Dr. Anwar Fazal with this question, Dr. Sri. On the point that His Excellency brought forth, what do you think are some important considerations in bringing about change in communication in the society without sidelining any section of the community? And how would cultural intelligence play a role?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, very clear.
Yes, good. Thank you very much. I am closer to the internet. I was explaining a number of things which actually answer this question, and that is there are certain universalities that are so powerful that have become the norm that we can share. There are several other things that I wanted to move, and I will quite quickly just go through some of them because they answer the question. I'm showing you this because these are all materials that I have made as part of my work in order to bring communities together, to see universality, to see how we appreciate each other, how we appreciate their contributions, inventions. This happens to be a 2,000-year-old jigsaw puzzle. A 2,000-year-old jigsaw puzzle, and it is the most creative puzzle ever invented in history. And it consists, it's called the 7-piece puzzle. And using the 7 pieces, you just join them together. you actually can make hundreds of things. So there's a book on about 1,000 things that you can make. A person walking, a boat, a ship, and birds, and then you can combine two of them and you can make whole stories. And there has never been a jigsaw puzzle that is of such great creativity. And this is a 2,000-year-old puzzle. So I think looking back and looking and appreciating some of the stories and the histories of our different civilizations that all of us can celebrate is one way. I personally took that logo of the logo, and I made it into my own personal logo, which is you can see a kite, you can see a diamond, you can see pyramids, and it's supposed to show creativity, energy, and movement. So this kind of celebration of great things that are done by different communities, by all the communities, is one way. The UNESCO itself has done amazing amount of work. They had a decade of the culture of peace, and they have built up a tremendous amount of materials. Unfortunately, governments and other people are not using enough, and maybe universities particularly could become champions of this. And this is 99 ways that you can make peace. 99 ways, and if you think of intelligence, cultural intelligence, this is an amazing way by which you actually do things that are better for ourselves, better for the community, better for Mother Earth, and amazing 6 dimensions of that. This we have printed, for example, in Penang, in Taiping, generally for Malaysia with the interfaith movement, in already 4 languages, and made them widely available. They're also downloadable by the internet. But I think materials like these, I call it the power of already UN documents. This is one very good example, very useful one that can be adopted and taken and shared, and made something that every single student in a university, every single community leader would look at this, because this is such a universal document. So if you say, what can I do? Well, here are 99 things that you can do. And we spread this message in all the languages, irrespective of any religion, irrespective of anything. These will be appreciated by all. The other one that I wanted to mention is, it comes also from the word of empathy, that Tan Sri Zul also earlier had mentioned as an important element. And this is the golden rule. The golden rule, the rule that that is present in all religions. And a group of us took this and we looked at it, and we expanded it a little bit. We even included indigenous spiritualities. Like I say, individual spiritualities were not looked upon as a community, as a group that we should include in our spiritual thinking of this. And the golden rule says, treat others as you would like to be treated. Treat others as you would like to be treated. So in everyone, in indigenous, in Hinduism, in Confucianism, Buddhism, Judaism, Christianity, Islam, Sikhism, Baha'i, and a whole range of other groups have this core value. And this core value has been one of those that's been promoted again by the Universal World Religions Parliament, which is the biggest body that brings together all the different religions of the world. It also promotes the Aman message, which all the major Muslim countries were there, including Malaysia, that promotes this kind of caring and sharing that is done. So I think, again, this global ethic movement, you can just Google it. You can Google Ethic Penang. You can see how we have created a whole range of activities by engaging people from all the different communities. The other, we of course made some posters also, but I will not show you. Those are universal posters. I will just, we did one, for example, a poster called Coexist for all the different religions, representing them in illustration form. And it says that no peace among the nations without peace among the religions, no peace among the religions without dialogue between the religions, no dialogue between the religions without global ethical standards, no survival of our globe without a global ethic. This is a kind of global message by the Universal parliament. We did also a program where we have posters on cultures of peace. And what is wonderful about this poster is that it gives you what you call a perpetual calendar. You don't need any other calendar. You can just go around it and just choose the year that you want by taking a code at the top. And underneath are all the United Nations days that can be celebrated and that are linked actually to culture. There are days of culture, of biodiversity, of peace, of harmony. You can think of it, yeah, it's a World Harmony Day. So I think insofar as cultural festivals, World Poetry Day, World Book Day, I mean, there's a whole range of things. And attaching ourselves to this kind of global activities, which are universal, part of the United Nations, again will give us a new global solidarity that I think we badly need. And this way we have already something that is agreed on and used and developed in the nation. So many places people just forget and ignore. For example, like in the environment movement, there's a charter for Mother Earth, for human Earth, or the charter of the Earth, and there's a big book on action that you can take on these issues. So I think materials, amazing amount of materials are available, and we must be more diligent in sharing this if we want to build a cultural intelligence. Because ignorance is one thing, but again, inability, because materials are there, and if they are not even taken up, that's, I think, negligent, yeah, more than ignorant also. So I think we should make efforts, especially particularly with leadership in academic institutions like the IIUM. I want to mention one other thing, particularly in Malaysia. They were talking about how poorly we do things that are linking up with all the religion. This is one of the most wonderful books ever developed. And it is a group, Our Malaysia, multicultural activity for young Malaysians. Creative, informative, fun. So it plays through all kinds of things. So games, you learn about festivals, you do things, you enjoy. And they have done this in English. At one stage, the Ministry of Education was planning to give this to every school and have clubs for our Malaysia and play these kinds of games and enjoy them. There is now, fortunately, a sudden interest again by some groups, like the state of Penang has set up a Harmony Center to begin to more systematically look at it, because we were very blessed. We had the late President Kalam from India come to Malaysia. He was given an honorary doctorate when Tan Sri Zul was there in USM. I had the opportunity to take him downtown Penang. And, he walked the street. He went to visit every single institution of religious learning. At each institution, the church, he read the prayer of a Saint Francis, about the prayer for peace. He went to the Chinese, he read from the Analects. He went to the Taipusam, to the Indian Hindu temple, where he read from the Bhagavad Gita. And then he went to he went to every place. And after seeing all the people and the diversity of this place called Penang, he said, Penang must become a school for the whole of humanity. Yeah. So we have materials like this. And one of the things that I think very often we feel, that where there are success stories, we are poor in relating them. We must tell them, we must share them, we must celebrate them. And this way, they will multiply, they will accelerate, institutions will develop, that they will go on. So I think the opportunities for dealing with these kinds of issues are all out there. They're all out there, they are available. It's a matter of getting ourselves organized, getting ourselves using what I call the Pancasila of power. Yeah? The power of what individuals can do, even write a letter to place. You become the media, and there are now wonderful people who just through letter writing and through their column have become more watched than TV or newspapers. So you can start your own media in a way. There's a powerful power of one now. There's also power of many where you can make networks now and link up. Social media provides this. There's also a great possibility now of multimedia, which is a wonderful way that again you can link up. We have now things like TikTok, also to balance up with YouTube and Vimeo. So many possibilities of doing that. The power of many, and then the power of the international spiritual values, the power of like some of the things that I showed you, the United Nations, all the days of action, the materials that we produce are all again things that should be garnished, taken again, built again, taken into our different languages and move. And I think we will move. The other is information now. Anything that you want now, anyone, anywhere, anytime can get it. And there's a whole information revolution that's taken place. So the power of information now is also great. If we don't use it positively, it will be used by the fake elements, it'll be used by other people. So you build up your own reputation and your own trust in universities, for example, have always got a certain amount of trust with them, associated with them. So if many of these programs are taken up by them, then they work. The fifth part of the Panchasila is celebrating success. We are very bad and we fail at that. But every success, if celebrated as a way of inspiring, and we need to inspire, we need to tell people who said it cannot be done, say it's already been done, it's been done very well and it's being multiplied. Yeah? So I think the possibilities are very great in that. The opportunities are there, the materials are there, the different ways of organizing are there. So I think for everyone, I just like them to remember that we are fighting in a world now where the biggest dangers, racism and bigotry, biodiversity, climate. And the sad thing there is that we are forgetting that we are part of the biodiversity, and we must change our mindset, to be part of that biodiversity. We die with it, if we don't take care of it. And then we become more respectful to it also, if we know that we too are part of it, instead of being something that is outside to which it belongs to.
Yeah.
And the third thing is an opportunity for us to I'm going to think for the days of action and one other thing, but it'll come back to me later. But I think it's extremely important that we share these kinds of things, the Panchasila that you can actually make and do. So the third element is now digital imperialism and digital capitalism. The way in which now lots of kinds of media now are selling their advertisements right through, catching you, in a way that never before. They are like tentacles, all the time. And this new phenomena is also going to impact on the culture, the kind of consumerism we're going to have, the kind of mind changes we have. Remember, and of course, fake news, and also biases, because certain kinds of very powerful media have also political intentions, political influences, and you can see how they will punish people by stopping them having access there, but they will not support others. And we have issues of, for example, very sadly, in a number of cases, people who are very critical of countries that are misbehaving themselves, practicing apartheid, they don't care. They seem to wanting to protect them. Whereas news about Palestine and their issues don't get covered as news in the way that other things are. So this is sort of power, this imperialistic power of the digital area is something again to be very carefully watched and very carefully used. So these three issues are going to be very big for us, and I think surveillance, they call it surveillance capitalism. That's the term that they're using now, and they can actually capture you because they know, they have studied the brain. That we have actually three parts of the brain. One is called the automatic brain. The fear, food, sex, those are kind of things that that place automatically does. They try and exploit that. They exploit fear. They exploit the kind of sex. You want to sell a car or something like that. You put a beautiful woman up on that with very few clothes on. And that kind of mind capturing, and of course food. By putting all kinds of things in food, especially the horrible extension of the use of sugar. I mean, Coca-Cola, for example, was a horrible sugar penetration of the whole of humanity. People talked about cocoa-colonialism, the kind of diet of the Pacific Islanders that was destroyed by both that kind of cuisine and that kind of drinks, and there are many more examples of that. So that auto brain, and then the other is the emotional brain, make you feel good, make you feel this, and all kinds of tactics are going to be used in your brain. And the third brain, of course, is one they don't like at all, and that's the intelligent brain, the brain that thinks, the brain that knows that is so. So we ourselves have got to organize. We've got to make sure that automatic brain is controlled, people are educated, and they're told how you can be manipulated in that area. The emotional brain, how to in fact care, behave, talk, language, all those things, again, are important to learn. And of course, the intelligent brain, which will rationally explain many things that are necessary. So that's my contribution. So for all of us, I think we all must
extraordinary.
Yeah, we all want to grow.
Yes.
Then we have to make the world our garden. If we want to learn, we have to make the world our university. And if we want to be human, we have to make the whole world our humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Barakallah fikum, Datuk Sri. Datuk Sri Said Arabi Aidid, on the point that Datuk Sri Anwar was touching, how can institutions and universities attract culturally intelligent employees? And what means and ways to guide them in an environment that accepts cultural coexistence?
You're talking about international organizations or local institutions?
Let's start local first.
Local, you can only overcome that by recruiting more people of different cultures. And by doing that, and it's not only recruiting, but making sure that once they come in, they're given equal opportunity for promotion. I think that is very important. In other words, if you take an employee from a different culture, you must take him or her as your employee. Once he comes in as an employee of your institution, he is or she is an employee. Full stop. And you're going to base promotion based on his or her merit. You're no more thinking about his culture or his race and everything. It's just pure merit. I think this is very, very important because you want to take him or her to be an integral member of your association. So I think that's why one of the advantages of cultural intelligence is that you have the knowledge that in this wide world that there are people of different cultures, different racial background, and if you want to deal with them, you have to know their culture and their competencies. But overall, if I can see from multinational companies, after you have recognized the differences, then you have to work on the ability to contribute to the association. You have to work on the ability to contribute to the association. In other words, if he is an academic, then you have to give all your effort for him to shine as an academician. You're going to have to say, I'm going to take this person just to fulfill in the quota. I'm happy with that. No. Once you take him, the person from a different background, you have to give him full opportunity to proceed and contribute to the organization.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. There is a question posed by our Tan Sri Rector to His Excellency Miyagawa. Japanese seems to be very culturally literate. How is that done?
Thank you for the question. But to my views, Malaysia, a multi-racial, multi-religious state, is rather more closer to the, better cultural intelligence. They have already been brought up in an environment where they can communicate, they can interact with different cultures and different religious groups. So therefore, I think comparing Japan, which is quite monolithic, Malaysia has already been far advanced in cultural intelligence. I think we are in a position to learn more from Malaysia. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question to His Excellency actually. To what extent, I mean, based on your previous positions as the ambassador of Japan to several countries and holding so many different posts, to what extent does communication and cultural intelligence facilitate the resolution of international crisis and the activation of the language of dialogue to accept the other?
Well, to tell the truth, I was posted to Britain and I interacted with Russians and negotiated with Americans. And finally, I had a good relations with Southeast Asian nations, including Malaysia, particularly. And I found that, the geographical closeness represents the mental and spiritual closeness as well. So therefore, when I was posted to Malaysia, I did not feel as if I were in a different country. So it was easier for myself to create corporations in my interactions with Southeast Asian nations, including particularly Malaysia, as compared to my experience in negotiations with Russians and sometimes Americans. I think the most difficult counterpart was Russia. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Dr. Sri Dr. Anwar, how can one acquire such behavioral maroons to deal with many cultures without melting and losing the mother culture? You are muted.
Unmute, Anwar.
Yes, it's being done everywhere. Like I said, the power of success. You can see, in so many parts of the world where this kind of conviviality, that's the word that I use, is existing. I mean, we grew up with that kind of culture in the schools that we went to. So for me, it's something that you can look at examples all over the place, all over the world. Like I say, stories, activities, centers can be sent where we have talks and lectures, things where we celebrate everybody's celebrations, learn about them, as you would see in that little book of our Malaya that I showed you. Yeah? So all the materials are available. It's a matter of organizing them and organizing groups Like in Malaysia, like in Penang, they've decided to have a state harmony center. They're hoping to set up. One time, like they had goodwill councils, Muhibah councils, where different groups got together. We had all the different communities visiting each other's religious areas. We have very regular walks, and each one explaining some of the history of each of those places. So a whole new culture has been built up already. And I think where there are examples like this, let's celebrate them, let's share them. There are lots of materials that are available. There are people who are doing this kind of work very well. Let's encourage them. Let's have courses, virtual classes on this kind of subject. Let a cultural intelligence, institute, IIUM can set that up, and that can have links and modules that can be shared with civil society groups all over the country. So all the possibilities are there. The materials are there. It requires now the networking skills and organizational skills that universities like IIUM have and are already moving forward, especially with their sustainable development program. This is also so.
On that point, Dr. Sri, what challenges have you faced in dealing with others, especially reactions and unexpected situations due to cultural differences, and how did you deal with these challenges?
Challenges, these tensions are going to be there. One of the very important things is, in fact, have your conviviality, learn to listen, talk to them and say, tell us your story. Then ask them also, suggest to them some of the things they might read about people whom they trust and they respect. So we don't do anything by confrontation. No, we do things with conviviality. We listen if they've got some differences. We say, let's meet together. We try and look for people who know them well, because one of the great things that are extremely important is when we talk about rights and responsibilities, the third R is forgotten: relationships. If we know each other and we are friends with each other, if we already have people who are their friends, talking through them makes a lot of difference. And so I think the culture of relationships is important. But we don't even talk to each other. We don't even get together. We don't have means whereby we talk to each other. Then, of course, nothing is going to happen. So the ability to maintain yourself. There's a wonderful book called Dialogue or Debate, how you practice dialogue. You sit down, you listen, you choose the right kind of atmosphere, you choose the right kind of space, you bring together the right kind of people, you bring the discussion by listening to the other persons and their issues. And of course, there are some people who are sick, who have already got trapped into something else. Those people will have to be dealt with, again, very often by their own community, by the people who are there who can also do that. But the biggest strength is very often don't waste time with people who are troublemakers. Spend your time creatively, possibly doing all the good things that you can do. And you do that, and you show through the example that things can be done. And this is one very, very important. Very often we find some guys go and become critics and so on. Ignore them, ignore them, and start doing more and more good things. For example, in Penang, we've developed the Gandhi Peace Center, we've developed the Harmony Center, we've developed a group of guides, 30, 40 guides who are specialists in the street of harmony. So there'll be people who didn't like it at the beginning. Then suddenly when UNESCO appointed the place as the Universal World Center, wow, everybody was proud of them. Nobody complains about anything now. And they're so proud that we are recognized by the world as a multicultural place. There are a few sick people who might still come and throw paint somewhere and do that, but sick people you find around. But keep your calm, keep convivial, and do all the good you can and spend your energy in that area.
There is a question on YouTube for Dr. Sri Anwar. How to avoid the influence of digital imperialism?
Yes, it's a big subject. There's a book.
When we are now in lockdown, and to avoid physical contact, no other means except digital means.
Yes. So the digital area is important. We all should have access to it. We should have access to it. but also be careful how it's controlled, how it's actually managed. Yep. So we too have to learn the things that are happening in that area. There's digital surveillance that we have to worry about. There have to be laws together with this, international regulations with regard to this kind of matter. Like you can choose whether advertisements can come in. The way sometimes some newspapers are coming in now, you find there's more advertisements than news. Yeah. So it becomes very complicated. There are alternative news systems that are coming up which says no ads. Yeah, and they are moving into area. We also have to change taxation systems because these digital companies come to your country, they take all your advertisements away, they don't pay your taxes in the country because you have to pay it all overseas. Yeah, and so Europe, for example, now is taking strong action against that, and they're making them pay taxes instead of allowing them to go and hide their money in what are called tax havens, where they put all their profits in and don't pay taxes in their country. So the medium is there. It's to be used. It's our right to have it. If anybody tries to prevent you from using it, the law should also say that it should not be that possibility. Alternative groups, for example, like you had China developing TikTok because China was being discriminated. They too made their own little YouTube thing, which recently the United States in some form tried to restrict it, because they didn't like some of the contents in it. So it's interesting because China will block some of theirs and they will block some of China's. So this battle will become part of the Cold War also. So we have to develop our own independent communication systems, and they can, and there are lots of people. For example, you took Wikipedia. Wikipedia has no advertisements whatsoever. It's all done by volunteers. There are newspaper cycles, news items, places which actually rely on crowdfunding so that they can be freed from advertisements. So all this is possible. It's a matter of how to use digital way in digital basis in a proper way. Yeah. Thank you.
There's a question for Datuk Syed Arabi Aidid from our Tan Sri Rector. Can CQ overcome Islamophobia?
In one sense, yes. In another sense, Islamophobia is too big. We're talking about artificial intelligence. We need to educate groups of people to certain sensitivities and whatnot. It is on the very ideal part. But Islamophobia is also mired in politics. It's just not a misunderstanding among cultural groups, religious groups. It's also part of the political game. Although certain sectors of the powers that be want Islamophobia to be still an issue for them to capitalize. So however action you might take, there is always the other part that will take counteraction to promote Islamophobia. So Islamophobia is a political game. It's a political game. And also I think it's also a game, if there is conflict, then you can also see the sale of your arms going up. So this is not, I think, a very simple issue of how do I pacify this group by giving more information. That would be simple. But because there is an intention behind that issue, that makes it very, very difficult. And Islamophobia is not only a recent issue. It's going on for centuries. At one time, Islamophobia was only associated with the Arabs. But after September 11, it has gone more than that. It has gone to Islamic states. So Islamophobia is a big issue. But I think as Muslim state, Islamic state, we have to take action to win over as many people as possible, for them to understand the true meaning of Islam. So take away that political concern. We have to reach as many people as possible to show that Islam is a religion of peace, that Muslims as a whole want to live in peace. There might be certain Muslims who are terrorists, but they don't represent the Muslims as a whole. I think that is the thing that we have to understand. If you look at Islamophobia, it's only happening in the West. It's not happening in the East. And it's not happening in Brazil or in Latin America. So there is, I think, a certain plan for Islamophobia to be wiped out as a political tool. But nevertheless, as I did mention, we have to reach as many people as possible, make clear that Islam is a religion of peace.
Still for the third Sri Arabi Aidit from Professor Suhaimi Muhammad Sharif. What is your view about the culture of ranking and rating at higher education to feed for corporate need? Academia is supposed to be free, but now to serve corporation.
Yeah. If ranking is supposed to be a guide, it's not supposed to be, you do or die for it. I'm for it. It's just a guide. It's just to see how you stand and for you to make improvement. But if you just say you have to do this and to compete, if you don't do this, you'll be penalized. Then we are not in a stage where we're able to compete. But if we say that we have certain issues that is comparable, and we are able to do that if we have certain incentives, for example, that make us possible. Yeah? And I think we have the infrastructure, we have the commitment, so we're able to do that. I remember we discussed this at OIC, where OIC said we won't go into ranking, but we go to rating. In other words, we have excellent universities, we have good universities and poor universities in the Muslim world. But the aim is for the very good universities to help the good universities to go up, and the good universities to help the poor universities again with a view to go up. In other words, at the end of it, all the universities in the Muslim world under OIC should be good universities because they've been assisted by other universities that are better than them. If that is a spirit, I think there is a good spirit, because spirit is of friendship, again, it means of scholarship, where scholars need help among brothers to go up. And that is the thing that I would say.
I have a question for His Excellency Dr. Mikau. Should security intelligence set conditions for expatriates regarding their coexistence in the multicultural environment, or should it open the way for all and be raised by national institutions to provide them with components of cultural intelligence?
Well, thank you for the question. It's a very sensitive question which have emerged recently with regard to the transfer of technologies to countries which we have concern over. I wonder whether this the question posed is related to the question of the cultural intelligence. well, intelligence is the same word, but cultural intelligence means the capability, I suppose, according to the terminology recently defined. And this cultural intelligence includes the capabilities to make some positive engagement for for giving benefits to both sides. And from that point of view, while the cultural intelligence has to be emphasized, has to be reinvigorated, particularly in the educational institutions, I would still think that out of security concerns, we do have to overcome the problems on security, particularly amongst or between nations, mutually, you see, feeling threatened. So therefore, my off-the-cuff response to the question is that the security reconciliation or security intelligence reconciliation and the cultural intelligence emphasis matters something different, I suppose. And they, I do not know how to, you see, put these two subjects together in my brain. I'm so sorry. Thank you.
For you, maybe His Excellency could enlighten us on how Japan and Japanese overcome miscommunication of the interplay between cultural diversification and diversiveness. How do you think cultural intelligence can benefit from this?
We believe, many, I think, Japanese believe, well, they have been brought up in the same concept, mostly similar concepts, that just like a person who cannot live by oneself, a nation cannot prosper alone by itself either. Culturally, economically, politically, and even security-wise. So our philosophy has been guiding us to reach out to any nations, anywhere, to seek coexistence. And this is perhaps the idea of our diplomacy, of our citizens' lives, morals and values. Although I'm not an expert in this field. Thank you.
Thank you, His Excellency. Dr. Anwar, you have shown us and shared with us so many resources available. I'm intrigued to know further, and I'm sure many of us are too. What motivated you to think about acquiring cultural intelligence skills? Was it a blueprint, skills gained through experiments, or it's just one of your hobbies that helped you learn about other cultures? Because the generation after my generation after us, we could still resonate with this, but I'm not sure with the generation after us. Just to share your 2 cents on this, Dr. Sri. Unmute, please.
Yes, I think it's about your family, the openness of your own family. It's about the school that you went to, and it's about the towns in which you grew up. And I had the fortune of growing up in a town called Taiping, which was a very new town called Everlasting Peace. And it was constructed to mark peace, and the name itself is in Mandarin, Everlasting Peace. And it was a town of so many different cultures. It had a huge Ceylonese community that were working there. The train stations, the new train stations were coming there. The tin mines were there. The mountains were preserved. The old tin mines were made into a world-class lake, and now a world-class zoo. The unbelievable, a town that was only 10, 20 years old, made and constructed a museum on Malaysia's history, archaeology and so on. That time there was no Malaysia to Malaya. And the first national museum was actually that particular museum in Taiping. So I grew up in an atmosphere which also was a military cantonment. So there were lots of soldiers from Fiji, from Australia. Our school itself was very multiracial. There were European headmasters, there were Indian headmasters, there were Chinese headmasters in our school. The content, the people who were also attending were all from different races. And then when I moved as a teenager to Penang, I went to the Penang Free School, the oldest school of that kind in the country. It was called the Free School. It was supposed to be free to all races and to all religions. And they kept that name free. It was also a strong movement in the UK where it began, where before people were being forced to attend either Catholic schools or other Methodist schools. So they started in UK too, a way of making free schools. So for us too, these schools were very powerful. Somehow, sadly, the education movement system and so on moved in certain kinds of directions that partly broke this culture of the best students, of many students coming to different multicultural schools. And so I think there's needed now different ways by which activities can be done that actually can bring them all together. So people have sometimes stopped looking at each other and instead take care of themselves and move on as they wanted to move on. And I think there too, inter-school activities, different groups, different kinds of materials. So every school, the book that I showed, for example, like in Malaysia, every school, irrespective, should have that. And then I think sports, games, and I think one more other important thing, cultural events. Penang is a very good Georgetown Literary Festival that is held every year, where all the different kinds of groups actually take part and share their cultures, and then it's organized very popularly, managed with a lot of engagement of civil society. So I think many models and activities are available. We lost a little bit in the ways in which schools were reorganized, and then now we have to claim that back again by organizing activities between schools. I think also cartoonists and humor and things like that also, plays, music, all those things bring people together in a way that they should. So a whole new unity program among school children has been discussed. There are a number of papers. There was a National Unity Council that talked about various kinds of things. But very often it doesn't go fast enough. We've had changes of government, unfortunately, and then things start all over again. And I think we should spend time again. And I think materials are there, all available. Maybe we have to start using the social media and start using videos and other things to promote this kind of material. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sri. My last question to Dr. Sri Arabi IT. Dr. Sri, what cultural intelligence do you rely on the most? Is it linguistic intelligence or social intelligence? And to what extent does language contribute to the promotion and strengthening of cultural intelligence, in your opinion?
Question. I would share like Dr. Anwar Fazal. We were in school. We have one WhatsApp for my school. Schoolmates. We grew up together from standard 1 up to Form 5, and some of us continued to Form 6. Some of us continued to university, like Bina Rajal. So colleagues, friends. So we grew up together, 50, now we're 50 over, and the number is dwindling. But it's our own, it's a multiracial group. Chinese, Malays, Indian, we play football together, we go to picnics together, and now we talk about our teachers, same old history. We are very proud to be in the 1962 class. We're proud of them. So I would say history is one of them. You want to say language? No, I think social, yes. Social, yes. After coming out on Malaya, I went to not many, but several NGOs where we meet. Whose membership is open. It's not only exclusive to one particular race. So you begin to appreciate the views of your other friends from other religion. And I will also recommend to my colleagues in IIUM, you should also go out and meet friends from the other religion or other races. I took note of the Department of Usuluddin under Dr. Fatmir last time. He wanted to know more about Buddhism. He would like to encourage our students to know about Hinduism, Buddhism, and whatnot. I think this is a good area. We invite people who might be Buddhist or Hindu, or even you can go to the Japanese embassy and talk about Shintoism. Invite them to our campus and have a free talk. Or what do you mean by Buddhism? Mahayana Hinduism, Hinayana Buddhism. Hinduism one. There is a Batu cave nearby. You can see the temple. Yeah? So I think if we can appreciate, it doesn't mean that if we go and see them, that we have already become, or we give up our Islamic culture. No, I think we should enrich or believe in Islam by appreciating their culture. And likewise, we're telling them, please, you appreciate your culture. Can you appreciate our culture? Can you appreciate our religion? So, like if we were to answer Tansi Zul's question, Islamophobia. Yeah, but we cannot just tell people that we are good Muslim unless we Muslims know about other religions. So we have to know about Buddhism. I was fortunate in Form 6, in Form 5, last time, Form 5. We were exposed to learning of Hinduism, Buddhism. Yeah? So it's a very short one, but it enables me to know Mahayana Buddhism, Hinayana Buddhism, how it's spread. Yeah? At the same time, us Muslims, we become more appreciative of other religions. We appreciate Islam more. You can see the virtues of Islam more as we look at other religions. So I would say not so much the language, history, and social.
That very much resonates with the verse from the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala mentions among others is Ya ayyuhan nas inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa untha wa ja'alnakum shu'uban wa qaba'ila lita'arafu inna akramakum indallahi atqakum. That is the very core of what Dr. Sri has just mentioned, when we do not know the other, then we come to assumptions and in about the Zanniism. So with that, I would like to invite the panel members to deliver their concluding remarks, 5 minutes each, if it's possible, beginning with Dr. Said RBID.
Thank you very much. I would say that culture is a manifestation of your communication system. And the culture must be dynamic. When we are faced with a crisis, we fall back on our culture. We call it cultural resilience. That itself is communicating among ourselves and within ourselves. So it is very, very important for us to realize that. I would also like to praise Dr. Anwar Fazal about let us talk about our success. Success of religious freedom in this country, how religion can be practiced in this country. We have holidays for nearly all religions in this country. You don't find that in other countries. We have holidays for Hinduism, we have holidays for Buddhism, we have Christianity, and we have also holidays for cultural activities, Gawai, for example. So as mentioned, we are very, very open. But we do not talk more about that because this is something I think wrong about the media. The media talks about something that is unusual. If something is usual, we celebrate, there is holiday for Thai Buddhism. So this is not mentioned because it is a normal thing. But if there is a fight about the case, then we say, wow, this is something wrong with it. So I think it's more about concept of newsworthy. As we portray this incident in the media, we find things that are unusual to be newsworthy. But things that are normal, that are routine, and these routine things are very important to us for the survival of society. We don't highlight them. This is a good point made by Dr. Anwar Fazal, that we should talk more about our successes in life. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sri RBID. Dr. Sri, Dr. Anwar Fazal.
Yes, I would like to share something that has been translated into many languages, all the languages in Malaysia. Has also been made into a song by a gospel group in the United States called Sweet Honey on the Rock. Has appeared in a publication called Liberating Faith, postcards of the Canadian Physicians Against Nuclear War, a great New York group that also has their showing all the different religious institutions. And it has appeared as a prayer that could be used in the World Council of Churches. Very interesting that a song written by a Muslim, by a Malaysian, has gone and to many of these places because they feel the message. And I think this is the message of Islam, where we promote the ideas of ours. And it's a very simple poem. It's called Remember We Are One. No? We all drink from one water. We all breathe from one air. We rise from one ocean and we live under one sky. The newborn baby cries the same. The laughter of children is universal. Everyone's blood is red. And our heart beats the same song. Remember, we are one. We are all brothers and sisters. Only one family, only one earth. Remember, we are one. Peace be on you, brothers and sisters. Peace be on you. Thank you.
Thank you. His Excellency Dr. Makio Miyagawa.
Thank you. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me finally reiterate the importance of the role of educational institutions, which are, I think, expected to strengthen students' capabilities, four capabilities, I think. The first capability is to perceive cultural diversity with ample knowledge and understanding of similarities and differences of multiple cultures. And the second ability is to comprehend what to bear in mind when negotiating with people with different cultural backgrounds. And the third ability is to coordinate with those people to create a bigger cooperation, to bring about benefits to both to those who are living under different cultural backgrounds. And the last capacity or ability is the linguistic capability and the actual experiences of staying in different cultures to perform smooth interactions with people with different cultural backgrounds. And this is the last emphasis I should make at this seminar. And thank you. And thank you for the invitation. Very kind.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to firstly apologize for any shortcomings during my moderation of this panel, especially from the panelists, Datuk Sri Prof. Datuk Sri Said RBID, Datuk Sri Dr. Anwar Fazal, and His Excellency Dr. Makio Miyagawa. If any of my questions made you feel uncomfortable, I apologize for that, for my shortcomings. It has been a great honor, and I have myself personally benefited a lot from this session. MashaAllah, all of you are an encyclopedia of wisdom that all of us have benefited and will benefit from. Thank you very much. I return this session to the MC, Dr. Ziad Baidu.
Thank you, panelists, for your interesting insights. And thank you, Prof, for moderating this session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our valued participants, that marks the end of our first day of the international webinar, Cultural Intelligence Toward Promoting Institutional Excellence, from 14 to 15 June 2021. Our second day will commence at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The link will be provided to you by the Secretariat via your email. Please alert yourself with a notification from the Secretariat. Till then, have a good rest, everyone. See you tomorrow. Wassalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.